A busy street often has many posters pinned to walls. You might say, "Join our neighborhood cleanup," while another proclaims, "Only our product can save you from bad hair days." Both are trying to influence your choices. But there is a big difference between sharing information in a fair way and pushing a slanted message that twists your perception. That difference is what separates basic persuasion from propaganda. Let's talk about persuasion first. Persuasion is like your friend trying to convince you to try a new restaurant. They tell you about the tasty dishes, the friendly staff, and the good prices. You feel informed, and you might decide to go. At its heart, persuasion offers facts or honest opinions without hiding the drawbacks. For example, your friend might admit that the restaurant is often crowded. You have a clear view of both pros and cons, so you can make a balanced choice. On the other hand, propaganda often feels like a funnel, narrowing your perspective until you see only one angle. Instead of saying, "Here are the points, decide for yourself," propaganda shouts, "This is the only truth, everything else is a lie." It uses strong emotional triggers like fear or excitement, hoping you won't pause to think calmly. Imagine a sign that says, "Everyone who disagrees is your enemy." That statement is not open, honest persuasion. It's a tactic to make you suspicious or angry at different views. A simple analogy is thinking of persuasion as a friendly guide who shows you multiple paths and respects your choice. Propaganda is like a pushy salesperson who locks the door behind you so you can't leave until you buy. When you spot extreme emotions, repeated slogans, and an unwillingness to discuss opposing ideas, you might be dealing with propaganda. Understanding this difference helps you stay in control of your decisions. You can ask yourself, "Am I being guided or cornered?" If you feel cornered, it could be propaganda at work. With that awareness, you can step back, breathe, and make up your own mind. Emotional hooks. Something as simple as a catchy jingle in a television ad can sneak into your head all day, making you hum it nonstop. This isn't just fun music, it's an emotional hook. Emotional hooks are like gentle tugs at your heartstrings that push you to pay attention, trust a message, or buy a product without overthinking. They tap into basic human feelings like fear, pride, and belonging. Take a classic example, a sad commercial showing lonely shelter animals with tearful eyes. Soft music plays, and you feel an instant desire to help. It might be for a good cause, but notice how it bypasses pure logic and goes straight to your emotions. Another example might be a politician's speech that mentions protecting our children's future and uses stirring images of happy families. It makes you feel warm and protective, even if you haven't heard many details about their actual plans. Here's a little analogy. Think of your mind as a safe, protected by logic. Emotional hooks are like keys that slip in and unlock that safe quickly. Once your feelings are engaged, you're more open to the message. This works because humans naturally lean on emotions to guide decisions, especially under stress or time pressure. Now, emotional hooks are not always bad. If a heartfelt story encourages you to donate to charity, it can do real good. However, problems arise when these hooks are used to trick you. For instance, a product might claim, "Feel confident forever," while showing a glamorous actor. You might buy the product, assuming you'll also feel magically confident. But there was no real proof, just a big emotional promise. The key is to be mindful. Ask yourself, am I being pulled by raw emotion instead of facts? Is there evidence behind the appeal? It's fine to care about issues and feel moved by stories. Just remember to keep a small space in your mind where you can pause, think, and question. That tiny bit of caution helps you see when emotional hooks are used honestly and when they're simply bait to reel you in. Subliminal influences. A fleeting message on a screen, a quick whisper you don't fully register. These are subtle tricks sometimes called subliminal influences. Think of them like faint shadows in your peripheral vision. You don't notice them directly, but they might still nudge your thoughts or feelings. One classic example is a popcorn ad flashed on a cinema screen so quickly that viewers don't consciously see it. The idea is that your brain registers it anyway, leaving you with an unexplained craving for popcorn. Although there's debate about how well this actually works, companies have experimented with these techniques, hoping to plant ideas in our minds below our conscious awareness. An easy analogy is a gentle breeze on a hot day. You might not see the breeze, but you feel cooler and suddenly decide to stay outside longer. Subliminal messages are like that breeze. They operate quietly, altering your mood or behavior without a loud announcement. Sometimes these influences aren't deliberate. For instance, if you always see smiling people wearing a certain brand of shoes in ads, you might slowly develop a warm feeling toward that brand without realizing why. Of course, not every hidden message is a grand conspiracy. A music store might play upbeat tunes so customers linger, feeling happier and spending more time browsing. A restaurant might use certain lighting or colors to make food look more appealing. These are subtle cues that steer your actions, even if they're not labeled as subliminal. To guard against unwanted nudges, it helps to stay aware of your feelings. When you suddenly crave something or find yourself liking a product out of nowhere, pause and ask, where did that feeling come from? Just asking that question shines a light on the hidden influence, making it less powerful. You don't need to be paranoid. Life is full of small influences, and many are harmless. But knowing subliminal techniques exist can keep you from being blindsided. You get to keep the steering wheel of your own decisions, rather than handing it over to sneaky messages that tiptoe into your mind. The big lie theory. You hear a statement so bold, so outrageous, that you might think, that can't be true. If it's repeated with enough conviction, it starts to feel oddly familiar. That's the essence of the big lie theory. The notion that a lie so enormous and shocking can actually work better than a small fib because people assume nobody would have the nerve to make something like that up. Picture a huge poster declaring, "Our toothpaste stops aging." The claim is obviously wild. But if the poster is everywhere, in magazines, on billboards, on TV, and spoken by confident salespeople, some folks might think, "Oh, it's everywhere. Maybe there's something to it." Repetition plus extremity can trick the mind into giving the lie extra weight. It's like a magic show where the trick is so elaborate that you can't imagine someone staging it, so you start to believe it might be real. This tactic works because humans often rely on mental shortcuts. When we see or hear something repeatedly, we start to feel comfortable with it. And when something is truly massive or dramatic, part of us wonders, could anyone really make this up? That doubt can be enough to open the door to belief. An everyday analogy is a friend who always tells tall tales of wrestling sharks or discovering hidden treasure. At first you laugh it off, but after hearing these stories for years, a small voice in your head wonders if one of them might be real. To defend against the big lie, it helps to remain curious. Where's the proof? Have we tested this claim? Is this just repeating the same statement instead of giving new evidence? A good reality check is to look for multiple sources or experts. If everyone serious about the topic agrees the claim is false, then 1,000 posters won't make it true. So, the next time you come across a gigantic, jaw-dropping claim, remember, just because something is repeated everywhere does not make it real. Sometimes, the more extravagant the lie, the more people get tricked, simply because they can't believe someone would lie so boldly in the first place. Authority bias. A person in a white coat with a stethoscope says, "This vitamin will change your life," and we instantly perk up. That's the power of authority bias. We tend to listen to people who look or sound like they have expertise. Think of it as a natural shortcut. We trust doctors about health, lawyers about law, and teachers about education. Sometimes, this bias is helpful. When you have a broken bone, You want to trust a real doctor, right? However, trouble begins when someone fakes or exaggerates their authority to push a message. Perhaps they're not a real doctor, but just dressed like one in a commercial. Because of the white coat, we might nod along without double-checking their claims. A simple analogy is a traffic light. We stop when it's red because we trust the system that put the light there. But if a prankster set up a fake red light, we might still stop, purely out of habit. That's authority bias in action. We obey the signal automatically, whether it's real or not. In persuasion, authority can be a uniform, a fancy title, or even an impressive office. It signals expertise, making us drop our guard. Companies or individuals might use endorsements from famous scientists or celebrity doctors who might not actually be experts in the topic. To guard yourself, it's wise to ask a few questions. Is this person really an expert in this exact area? Or are they just wearing a symbol of authority? Is there actual data, or is it mostly just their confident tone? For instance, a real scientist will often share research findings or facts. A pretender might just rely on fancy language and a lab coat but offer little substance. It doesn't mean you should distrust all experts. Far from it. Many genuinely know their field. The key is to be alert for signs of real authority versus pretend authority. If the person's claims seem too good to be true, or if they refuse to provide real data, that's a clue. By staying curious and checking credentials, you ensure your respect for authority is earned, not just handed out automatically. Social proof. You walk by a restaurant with a long line out front. You instantly think, it must be good, even if you have no clue what's on the menu. That is social proof in a nutshell. When we see many people doing something, we feel it might be the right thing to do. It's a comforting signal that says, join in. Social proof can be powerful because humans are social creatures. In ancient times, sticking with the group increased our survival. If everyone rushed to the river, it probably meant water was safe or the hunting was better there. Today, though, marketers often leverage this natural habit to steer our behavior. Best-selling book. Over 1 million copies sold. These phrases make us think, so many people can't be wrong. Even online, you might see posts with thousands of likes or shares. You might be more inclined to read them just because many others have done so. An analogy is when a bird sees a flock all flying to one tree, so it also heads there, assuming there must be good seeds or fewer predators. In modern life, that tree could be a particular brand, a trending product, or a viral meme. There's comfort in numbers. Social proof can lead us to good choices, like discovering a truly awesome restaurant or a helpful tutorial. But it can also push us into questionable territory, like investing in a shady scheme simply because everyone else is doing it. If you want to spot if you're following the crowd too blindly, just ask, would I still want this if everyone else didn't? Or, are these reviews real or could they be fake or sponsored? Checking a product's reliability outside the typical 5-star rating system can help. Maybe you can look for genuine user experiences or unbiased reviews. No need to become a loner who avoids anything popular. Social proof can be a useful signal, but balance it with your own judgment. If something's truly wonderful, great. If it's just hype, you'll want to know before you invest time, money, or energy. Ultimately, it's about blending the wisdom of the crowd with your own careful thinking. Scarcity Principle. A website banner says, only 2 items left in stock, act now, and your heart races a little, thinking you might miss out. That is the scarcity principle at work. We often want things more when we believe they are limited or about to run out. An easy real-life example is the limited edition label on sneakers or collector cards. Even if you're only slightly interested, the thought of them disappearing can spark a sudden urge to buy. This reaction is rooted in our survival instincts. When resources seem scarce, humans tend to grab them first and ask questions later. Marketers know this and use countdown timers, limited seats, or phrases like "offer ends soon" to push us into quick decisions. Think of this as a game of musical chairs. The music plays, and everyone calmly walks around. But the moment the music might stop, meaning seats become scarce, people rush to grab a chair. The panic is that if we don't act now, we might be left with nothing. That's exactly how the scarcity principle triggers us. It makes us feel there is competition and a ticking clock. In some cases, scarcity is real. Seasonal fruits truly have a limited harvest period. Event tickets do run out. But many times, scarcity is exaggerated or artificially created. Maybe the online store has a huge stock, but they show you a message suggesting only a handful remain. To handle scarcity, start by asking, do I really need this item, or do I just fear missing out? Also, check if the scarcity claim is genuine. If you have time, wait a bit. Often, you'll find that the countdown resets or that the product remains in stock. If the item is truly limited and valuable to you, go for it. But if it's just a marketing trick, you can avoid last-minute panic. By spotting these scarcity signals, you stay in control. You're less likely to buy things impulsively. You keep your cool, compare other options, and make decisions that align with what you truly value. That way, scarcity doesn't hold you hostage to hasty choices. Reciprocity Tactics. You stroll through a mall and a friendly sales associate hands you a free sample of chocolate. Suddenly, you feel a tiny voice in your head urging you to buy something in return. That's the reciprocity tactic. When someone gives us something, we feel a natural urge to give back. In many cultures, returning a favor is seen as polite and honorable. If your neighbor bakes you a pie, you might feel compelled to share your homemade cookies next time. This social rule builds strong communities and friendships because it encourages kindness. However, some folks use this kindness for profit. A classic example is when you receive free address labels in the mail from a charity. Even though you didn't ask for them, you might feel obligated to donate. The charity is banking on your sense of reciprocity. An analogy is a ping-pong game. Someone serves you a ball, a gift, or favor, and you feel you must hit it back, a return favor. When done genuinely, it's a pleasant back and forth. But in manipulative situations, you never ask to play. The other person is simply tossing the ball so you feel pressure to respond. You can see this tactic in stores that offer free samples of food or cosmetics. You taste or try, and next thing you know, you feel a bit guilty walking away empty-handed. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy freebies, just recognize when it's a soft push toward buying. The more valuable the gift seems, the stronger the pull to give something back, even if you didn't need the product in the first place. A helpful approach is to pause and ask, would I want this item if there were no free sample or favor involved? Also, consider if the gift was truly a gift or more like a promotional pitch. If you see it was simply a marketing strategy, you can choose to say thank you and walk away, guilt-free. Remember, returning kindness is wonderful, but not when you're coerced into it by sneaky ploys. Stay polite, stay gracious, but also stay aware of how reciprocity can make you buy or agree to things you might not actually need. Cognitive dissonance. Imagine feeling torn inside because your beliefs and your actions clash. That inner discomfort is called cognitive dissonance. For example, you might believe strongly in healthy eating, yet you binge on junk food. The part of you says, I shouldn't be doing this, while another part says, it's okay, just this once. That battle inside can be uncomfortable. When we experience that mental tug-of-war, we often try to ease the tension. We might justify our behavior. I was stressed, so I deserved a treat. Or we might change our beliefs. Maybe junk food isn't that bad after all. These mental gymnastics help us feel consistent again, even if we're just sweeping the conflict under the rug. This is precisely how some persuasive messages take advantage of us. Let's say you spent money on a product that doesn't work as promised. Instead of admitting it was a waste, you might insist, "It actually helped me a little." That way, you don't have to feel silly for buying it. In a more serious context, people might stick to a belief system that conflicts with facts because admitting they were wrong is too painful. This is how certain groups keep members loyal, by creating an environment where questioning the belief would cause unbearable internal conflict. A simple analogy is wearing shoes that are too tight. You feel pain, but you might say, "They look good, and I'll break them in eventually." It's easier than admitting the shoes were a bad purchase. Marketers, leaders, or influencers might craft messages that feed on your desire to avoid internal conflict. For instance, if you're smart, you'll agree with us. Only fools disagree. Nobody wants to be labeled a fool, so people convince themselves the group must be right. To keep cognitive dissonance from steering you toward questionable choices, get comfortable with the idea that changing your mind or admitting a mistake is okay. Ask yourself, am I clinging to a decision just to avoid feeling wrong? Embrace that slight discomfort of self-examination. Overcoming dissonance in a healthy way means you grow more honest with yourself, and that honesty is a powerful shield against manipulation. Confirmation bias exploitation. Your friend once told you that red cars are always driven faster, but every time you see a red car speeding, you think, "That's true." But when a red car follows the speed limit, you barely notice. This is confirmation bias, the tendency to focus on information that supports your existing beliefs and ignore evidence that challenges them. Why does this matter for propaganda or persuasion? Well, once you hold a belief, like "our political team is always right," you might soak in every positive headline about that team and dismiss or forget any negative ones. Influencers and marketers love this. They feed you what you already believe, reinforcing that comforting feeling of being right. Over time, your view of the world can get narrower because you've built a fence around what you accept as truth. An analogy is walking through a giant library with a flashlight that only points at the books you want to see. You miss out on all the other shelves full of different ideas. Social media algorithms do this on a large scale. If you interact with posts that confirm your viewpoint, the algorithm shows you similar posts. Before long, you might feel everyone thinks like you do, which isn't always true. How does this get exploited? Imagine a news outlet telling its viewers exactly what they want to hear, painting the opposing side as evil. The viewers keep watching because it reassures them. Or a guru who says, "Only wise people follow me," so followers feel proud and never question him. By catering to your preferred beliefs, they lock you in, and you stop seeking alternative perspectives. The best defense is to consciously challenge yourself. Seek out opinions that differ from yours and read them with an open mind. Could there be another angle? Or is there a fact I'm ignoring because it doesn't fit my belief? It might feel uncomfortable, but it's the mental equivalent of letting fresh air into a stale room. You don't have to agree with everything you read, but at least you'll know what else is out there. By being aware of confirmation bias, you stay closer to reality and farther from manipulative tactics that simply echo your own thoughts back to you. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt, FUD. A quiet rumor sometimes creeps into conversations. This product might be dangerous, or that person could be hiding something. Even if no one shows actual proof, these whispers can plant seeds of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, often called FUD. It's like standing on a path that suddenly becomes foggy. You're not sure where to step, so you move cautiously or turn back altogether. FUD tactics rely on the power of suggestion. The tech company might say, "We've heard stories of serious viruses on our competitor's software, making you worry about losing data." Or a political campaign could hint that the opposing candidate is under investigation, even if there's no genuine evidence. The vague threat lingers in your mind, making you uneasy. In daily life, a friend might say, "I've heard weird things about that new restaurant," and suddenly you're uncertain about eating there. An easy analogy is traveling with an overcautious companion who constantly says, "Watch out for pickpockets," "Beware of bad food," or "That street is dangerous." You end up so stressed that you might cancel your plans just to feel safe. FUD works the same way. It amplifies negative possibilities and relies on your fear of the unknown. Once you're spooked, you become open to whatever solution the FUD spreader offers. One way to handle FUD is to pause and look for actual facts. Is there a real case of the virus, or is it just rumor? Are there credible sources saying the restaurant is bad, or is it just someone's random tale? If real details are missing, treat the fear with caution. Also, think about whether someone benefits from your anxiety. Are they selling a safer alternative or pushing you to reject a competitor? By identifying FUD, you keep a clear head. It doesn't mean ignoring genuine warnings. Sometimes danger is real, but you also shouldn't let baseless hints or rumors steer your decisions. Gathering reliable information, checking sources, and staying calm are key steps. Once the fog lifts, you can see the path more clearly and walk with confidence, free from undue suspicion or dread. Name-calling and labeling. A sudden shout echoes across a playground, "You're just a weirdo." Harsh name-calling can crush someone's confidence. In the world of persuasion and propaganda, the same tactic gets used to silence opponents or turn an audience against them. Calling someone names like traitor, lazy, or fool instantly colors how we see them, even when there's no solid evidence behind it. This approach is all about sticking a negative label on someone or something. A politician might label another candidate soft on crime, or a company might call a rival's product cheap junk. The power comes from oversimplifying complex issues. Instead of discussing real pros and cons, name-calling creates an emotional charge that stirs people up. It's like stamping a big bad guy sign on someone's forehead, hoping you won't look any deeper. An analogy is a jar of candy with a misleading label that reads toxic. Even if the candy inside is perfectly fine, who would dare taste it? Once a harmful label is applied, the truth gets buried. And for those who don't have time or interest to investigate, the label can become reality in their mind. Why does this happen? Human beings can be swayed by emotional responses more than facts. Calling someone a fraud triggers distrust or anger without having to prove anything. It also closes the door to balanced discussion because people get stuck on the negative label. To deal with name-calling, the first step is noticing it. When you hear a label, ask yourself, is there real evidence behind this insult? Or is it just an emotional jab? If you're the target, you could calmly request specifics. Why do you say that? Can you give examples? This often forces the person to show whether they have a real argument or are just trying to push emotional buttons. Labels might seem like small words, but they can carry huge weight in shaping our opinions. Keeping a cool head and asking for clarity helps you rise above simple insults. You can then focus on facts and reason, rather than letting negative names decide how you feel. Glittering generalities. A grand statement shines brightly, "We stand for freedom, honor, and greatness." It sounds positive and uplifting, but what does it really mean? Glittering generalities are broad, feel-good phrases that excite or comfort us, yet don't tell us much about the actual message or plan behind them. Take a company that claims, "We deliver quality and excellence every time." That sounds fantastic, but how exactly do they measure quality or excellence? Another example might be a politician saying, "I believe in justice and progress for all." That statement is hard to disagree with, but it's also so vague that everyone can read their own hopes into it. This is the tricky side of glittering generalities. They rely on stirring up good feelings rather than offering real details. Picture a shiny gift box with a bow that promises to hold something wonderful, Yet inside, you only find air. The shiny box is the glittering phrase. The empty inside is the lack of substance. These statements can unite people briefly because they seem to represent shared values. But if no one asks for specifics, the conversation remains shallow. For instance, if an advertisement says, "Our product will bring you true happiness," you might think, "Wow, I really want that." But how does it deliver happiness? Is it guaranteed? Or is it just nice words? If you don't dig deeper, you end up buying into feelings rather than facts. To handle glittering generalities, try to unpack them. What do they mean by excellence? How do they measure it? Or what specific steps lead to this true happiness you promise? Sometimes, the answers are real, and you find good substance behind the sparkly words. Other times, you discover there's nothing but fluff. It's not wrong to feel inspired by a motivational phrase or excited by a broad promise. Positivity can be great, but to avoid being swept away by empty claims, keep a little curiosity. When you find the substance behind the words, you can decide with clarity. If it's just a glittery shell, you'll see through it and won't be fooled by the shine alone. Bandwagon Effect. A trendy new dance hits social media, and suddenly everyone seems to be doing it. You wonder if you should jump in, too. That urge comes from the bandwagon effect. The idea that if lots of people are on board, it must be the right choice, the right belief, or the right purchase. This effect taps into our social instincts. Humans have a deep desire to belong, to not be left out. Marketers often use this by saying, "Join millions of satisfied customers," or "Everyone is loving this product." The message is clear. You don't want to miss out on what the crowd is enjoying. In politics, the bandwagon effect might appear as polls suggesting a candidate is leading, which can push undecided voters to lean in that direction because everyone else seems to like them. An everyday analogy is when friends decide to watch a certain movie. Even if you're unsure, you might tag along just because you don't want to be left alone. The difference is that with the bandwagon effect, the persuasion is often more subtle and widespread. It relies on your sense of social belonging or fear of being the odd one out. While following the crowd isn't always harmful, maybe you really do enjoy that popular dance or the new hit song. It can become a problem when you skip your own thinking process. Buying a product just because it's a bestseller might lead you to regret if it doesn't fit your needs. Supporting an idea just because it's popular can blind you to flaws in that idea. So what's the best move? Notice when you're being drawn in simply because everyone else is doing it. Then pause and ask yourself, do I actually like this? Or am I just afraid to stand out? Taking a moment to consider your personal taste, budget, or beliefs can help you see if you're truly on board or just hopping on a bandwagon to feel included. It's perfectly okay to enjoy something popular, but let it be your own genuine choice, not just the sway of the crowd. Gaslighting. A conversation leaves you doubting your memory. Someone insists, you're just imagining things, when you're certain you saw a specific event happen. Over time, you start to question your own perception of reality. This manipulation is called gaslighting, a tactic where a person or group twists facts to make you feel unstable or confused. The name comes from an old play, Gaslight, where a husband dims the gaslights and then denies it, leaving his wife to question her sanity. In modern times, gaslighting can appear in relationships, workplaces, or even public discourse. The manipulator claims something didn't happen, or distorts details, to make their target doubt their own mind. Simple examples might include, "I never said that," or "You're too sensitive," even if you clearly recall the incident. An analogy is like someone rearranging the furniture in your living room secretly, then acting baffled when you notice. "No, the couch was always there," they say, making you second-guess your sense of direction. The goal is to wear you down until you rely on the gaslighter's version of events rather than your own. Gaslighting can be especially potent because it attacks your self-confidence. Once you're unsure about your basic experiences, you become easier to manipulate. A gaslighter might also isolate you from others, claiming, "No one will believe your story." This compounds the confusion, making you feel alone. To counter gaslighting, the key step is to trust your instincts and document facts. Write down events or save messages if necessary. Talking with someone you trust, who can confirm your observations, also helps break the fog. If you consistently catch the other person lying or denying, that's a red flag. You might need to distance yourself from that relationship or environment for your own mental well-being. Recognizing gaslighting is the first step to overcoming it. It's not a simple disagreement or a minor misunderstanding. It's a deliberate strategy to make you question your sense of reality. Once you name it and gather evidence, you regain ground. You're not too sensitive or losing it. You're dealing with someone who is trying to warp your perspective. Standing firm in your truth is the best defense. Emotional contagion. A single laugh in a quiet room can spark a chain reaction of giggles. That is emotional contagion, the way moods and emotions spread from person to person, much like catching a cold. When a speaker on stage is brimming with enthusiasm, the audience often feels excited, too. If a friend is gloomy, you might find yourself feeling down without understanding why. Scientists suggest we mirror the emotions of those around us because we're wired to connect with other people. It helps us empathize and bond as a community. In a positive sense, this means if you surround yourself with upbeat, optimistic folks, you might find your mood lifting as well. However, it can also be used as a subtle form of influence. A political rally might carefully stage cheering supporters to generate excitement that radiates through the crowd. News outlets might highlight fearful or shocking stories, causing viewers to feel anxious, even in the safety of their own living rooms. Think of emotions like an invisible wave that rolls through a stadium. Once the wave starts, it's easy to get swept along. Marketers or leaders know this and carefully craft the emotional tone of their messages. If they want people to feel urgent, they use fast-paced music and strong words. If they want calm, they use soothing tones and gentle images. The goal is to set the emotional stage so you're more open to whatever they say next. Being aware of emotional contagion helps you decide if your feelings are truly your own. Let's say you're watching a heated debate on TV. Suddenly, you feel stressed or angry. Pause for a moment. Do you actually have a reason to feel this way? Or is the show's tension infecting you? If it's mostly the broadcast's atmosphere, you can take a step back and reclaim your calm. Spreading positive emotions can be wonderful. A kind smile in a difficult moment can brighten someone's day and create a chain reaction of goodwill. But when emotional manipulation is at play, it's smart to identify whether your mood belongs to you or if it was planted there by a skillful presenter or an emotionally charged crowd. Halo effect. A friendly celebrity appears in a commercial for a car brand, and instantly you think, that car must be reliable and awesome. This quick jump to a broad positive judgment from one favorable trait is known as the halo effect. It's like a glowing halo around something. One good quality seems to make everything about it shine. The halo effect can show up in everyday situations. Perhaps you meet someone who's very polite, and you assume they must also be hardworking, honest, and fun to be around. Or you discover a company that makes a product you love, so you instantly trust them on all other products. But those connections might not always be true. Polite people can still be lazy, and a company that excels in one area might fail in another. Advertisers love the halo effect. They might hire an admired athlete to promote healthy snacks. Since you respect the athlete's dedication and success, you transfer that admiration to the snack. A political figure might appear with respected doctors or community leaders, hoping their positive image rubs off on the politician. It's a shortcut our brains use to save time. If we see something good, we assume there's more good behind it. A simple analogy is a shiny apple. If the outside is glossy and red, we think the inside is sweet. Sometimes that's true, but occasionally you bite into a sour or rotten core. The halo effect is about how appearances or single qualities create a ripple of assumptions, sometimes leading us astray. To guard against this, question your initial snap judgments. If someone is charming, do they also have the skills or honesty to match? If a brand you love launches a new product, is it really as good as their old one? Or are you just excited by the brand name? It's good to give things a fair chance, but also remember that being a rock star in one area doesn't guarantee excellence in all areas. Being mindful of the halo effect helps you see more clearly. You can still appreciate a person's or product's strengths without automatically assuming there are no flaws. That little bit of caution can save you from disappointment or from putting blind trust where it doesn't belong. Testimonial Tactics. A popular actor raves about a new weight loss supplement, claiming it changed their life. Suddenly, fans everywhere rush to buy it, trusting the star's words. This is the heart of testimonial tactics, using influential figures or ordinary folks with a dramatic story to endorse a product, idea, or belief. Why do testimonials work? People tend to trust personal experiences, especially if they admire or relate to the person sharing the story. It's comforting to think, if it worked for them, it can work for me. Even if we don't know the endorser personally, we feel a friendly connection through their fame or relatability. A neighbor saying, "This remedy cured my knee pain," can be even more convincing because we see them as real and relatable. However, these glowing endorsements might leave out key details. The actor's transformation could be due to a strict personal trainer, a special diet, and an entire support team, not just a pill. Some testimonials are paid for or scripted, making them less authentic. Companies use them because it's easier to trust a story than to analyze complex data. An analogy is a friend recommending a restaurant. If you trust your friend's taste, you might go without reading reviews. But if you find out your friend was paid to say it's good, the recommendation feels less genuine. Similarly, with celebrity or influencer endorsements, you should ask, are they being paid? Is there proof aside from their word? This doesn't mean all testimonials are fake. Some are honest and reflect real experiences. To stay grounded, keep your eyes open for real details. Does the testimonial explain specific benefits, or is it just hype? Also, check if there's scientific backing or if the endorsement stands alone. Maybe read a few different opinions, not just one glowing review. When an ad heavily relies on a single famous spokesperson, you might be seeing more of a marketing strategy than solid proof. In short, testimonials can guide you to discover great products or ideas, but they can also lure you into believing hype. By asking smart questions and seeking multiple sources, you can separate genuine personal experiences from paid promotions. Plain folks appeal. A politician wears jeans, goes to a local diner, and loudly says, "I'm just like you. I understand your struggles." That's the plain folks appeal in action. When someone tries to appear ordinary or relatable, hoping you'll trust them more because they seem down to earth. Marketers, speakers, and leaders often use everyday settings or casual language to create a sense of familiarity. You might see an ad with a family gathered around the kitchen table, talking about a product in simple terms. The company wants you to think, they're regular people, just like me, and they love this brand. But sometimes, it's staged. The politician might have never stepped into a diner before that photo op, or the actors in the ad might just be well rehearsed. A quick analogy is wearing pajamas at a fancy ball to blend in with casual folks, except it's not actually casual because it's part of a planned performance. The aim is to strip away any idea of privilege or difference so you trust or like the person more. We respond warmly to those who seem like friends or neighbors, so we might overlook the possibility that it's all a tactic. Plain folks appeal can be harmless if someone is genuinely talking in a simple, direct way. Sometimes experts genuinely prefer everyday language over jargon. But watch out when it feels forced. Maybe a billionaire business magnate flips burgers at a charity event for the cameras, yet goes back to a luxurious lifestyle afterward without real connection to everyday struggles. The mismatch between appearance and reality can be jarring. To see if it's genuine, ask a few simple questions. Does the person's background or behavior match their ordinary portrayal? Are they presenting real content or just an image? Also, pay attention if they avoid talking about actual facts by relying only on their regular person image. Many politicians have used this to avoid tough policy questions, focusing instead on how they enjoy regular folks' activities. Seeing through a plain folks appeal doesn't mean you should reject all friendly voices or humble behavior. It just means you remain aware that seeming ordinary can be a performance, especially in persuasion or propaganda. That bit of caution helps you appreciate genuine simplicity and detect when it's a tool to shape your perception. Card stacking. A company boasts, "Our laundry detergent removes all stains instantly." They show dazzling before and after pictures, ignoring the possibility that it might not work on tougher stains like grease or ink. This selective presentation of data is called card stacking, showing only the good cards in your hand and hiding the rest. At first glance, it appears you're getting strong evidence. The marketing might list multiple studies or show user testimonials. But the problem is what they leave out. Maybe 5 other studies found less impressive results, but you never hear about those. This tactic tries to shape your opinion by giving a one-sided view, much like a magician who wants you to focus on one hand while the real trick happens in the other. Picture a restaurant menu that highlights the most delicious dishes with tempting photos, quietly skipping the items that didn't get good reviews. You might think everything they serve is top-notch because they never mention the dull or bland options. In politics, card stacking could be a campaign ad bragging about job growth in one sector while staying silent about rising unemployment in another. The partial truth can be as misleading as an outright lie because it hides what might make the overall picture look different. To spot card stacking, pay attention to what's missing. Is the source showing results from all relevant studies or just one? Are they focusing on success stories but never mentioning failures or disclaimers? Try seeking alternative viewpoints or data. If a product claims 99% customer satisfaction, check how they measured that. Maybe they only asked 100 people, or they excluded unhappy customers. As a listener or viewer, staying balanced means asking questions. Could there be another side to this? Or are we getting the full picture? No need to become a permanent skeptic. Just keep your eyes open for convenient omissions. When you see the possibility of hidden information, you can dig deeper or look for more sources. Card stacking thrives on incomplete information. By recognizing it, you reclaim control. Instead of being dazzled by half-truths, you aim for a broader understanding, making decisions that are informed by what's said and by what might be carefully left out. Operant conditioning. A teacher gives gold stars for correct answers. Over time, students work extra hard to earn more stars, even when the teacher isn't looking. That's a simple glimpse of operant conditioning, the use of rewards and punishments to shape behavior. In daily life, it can show up in big and small ways, guiding our actions without us always noticing. Operant conditioning hinges on the idea that behaviors followed by rewards are more likely to be repeated, while behaviors followed by negative consequences tend to fade. Parents use it when they give kids a treat for cleaning their room or a timeout for misbehaving. Employers use it by giving bonuses to top performers. A commercial might say, "Buy now and get a free gift," encouraging you to complete the purchase right away. An analogy is training a puppy. When the puppy sits on command, you give a treat. When it chews the sofa, you scold or remove its toy. The puppy learns what actions bring good things and which ones bring bad outcomes. In human society, the principle is the same, though we can face more complex rewards like praise, recognition, or social acceptance. Social media likes and shares can serve as mini rewards that keep us posting more. Persuaders might exploit this by offering small incentives for compliance. Answer this survey and get a discount coupon. It feels like a fair trade, but you're also being guided to a desired action. On the flip side, they may threaten punishments. If you don't sign up now, you'll miss out forever. The fear of losing an opportunity can be a powerful nudge. To navigate operant conditioning, be aware of what truly motivates you. Is that loyalty program helpful to you, or are you just chasing points out of habit? Are you surrendering personal data for a small perk that may not be worth the privacy risk? On the punishment side, check if the threat is real or exaggerated. Could it be a tactic to make you comply quickly? Recognizing these patterns doesn't mean becoming suspicious of all rewards or punishments. It simply allows you to make choices with a clear head, instead of being unconsciously guided by someone's behavioral script. With that awareness, you can decide which incentives make sense and which ones feel more like manipulation. Classical conditioning. A happy jingle plays at the start of a fast food commercial, and suddenly your mouth waters, even if you're not hungry. This phenomenon stems from classical conditioning, the process by which a neutral signal, the jingle, becomes associated with something meaningful, tasty food. After repeated pairings, hearing the jingle alone triggers the craving. In a famous study, a scientist named Pavlov rang a bell before feeding dogs. Just the sound of the bell made the dogs salivate, even without food present. Humans can be influenced in similar ways. For instance, if you always eat popcorn while watching your favorite show, you might start craving popcorn whenever you see that show's opening scene. Marketers leverage this by pairing brands with pleasant music, fun mascots, or emotionally charged images. You might see images of laughing families whenever a certain logo appears. Over time, that logo can spark a warm feeling, almost like you know the family personally. Political campaigns might also use this trick, linking a candidate's face with patriotic music or positive symbols like flags and smiling citizens. An analogy is tying a red ribbon around a box of chocolate. First, the ribbon might be meaningless, but if every time you see that red ribbon you end up enjoying delicious chocolate, soon the ribbon alone can trigger sweet thoughts. The same can happen with scents, sounds, or visuals in daily life. To stay alert, it helps to notice when you start feeling good or bad about something without a clear reason. Did you see a brand logo next to smiling faces over and over? Have you been listening to an upbeat tune whenever a certain political message plays? If yes, you might be experiencing classical conditioning. It doesn't mean the product or message is bad, but it's wise to recognize the emotional link might be artificially created. The simple question to ask is, do I actually like this item or idea on its own merit? Or am I conditioned to feel a certain way because of how it's presented? Understanding classical conditioning allows you to decide more freely. You can still enjoy catchy tunes and nice visuals, but you'll also be aware if they're nudging your emotional buttons behind the scenes. Loaded language. A speech uses words like heroic, tragic, and unforgettable, coloring each statement with emotional weight. That's loaded language, terms chosen to spark strong reactions rather than lay out plain facts. It's like adding hot sauce to every dish, making the flavor powerful even if the ingredients are mild. Marketers and politicians often know that words carry emotional charge. Calling an idea revolutionary sounds far more exciting than calling it new. Labeling a policy extreme can scare people away, while calling it bold might inspire. Notice how different it feels if someone is described as a freedom fighter versus a rebel. The choice of words can sway how we perceive them. An analogy is painting a room with bright red instead of neutral white. Red can stir excitement or intensity, while white is more calm and straightforward. Similarly, loaded words can quickly influence your feelings, either energizing or alarming you before you've even analyzed the information. Sometimes this is harmless, like in an advertisement praising a tasty burger as mouth-watering. But it can also be manipulative, especially if someone uses words that stoke fear or hatred without real evidence. To spot loaded language, focus on the adjectives or phrases that seem to carry emotional punch. Are they describing actual facts, or just stirring emotions? If you see a lot of words like shocking, disgraceful, or miraculous, ask yourself, is there real proof here? Or am I being guided by strong language alone? Sometimes the speaker wants you to react first. Think later. It doesn't mean all powerful words are bad. They can add passion and excitement, but check if the rest of the message has substance. For instance, the speaker might say, "Our plan brings amazing benefits." Great. But what exactly are those benefits? And how do they happen? If the details are missing, you could be looking at a verbal fireworks show with no real structure underneath. Loaded language can color your perspective quickly. By pausing to separate the emotional words from the facts, you maintain a balanced view. You can appreciate a passionate speech while also seeking concrete information. That way, your decisions and opinions will be shaped by more than just a rush of vivid language. Repetition and mantras. A catchy slogan plays in a loop on the radio. Choose bright cola. Choose bright cola. After hearing it enough times, part of your brain starts humming along, even if you're not actively thinking about cola. This is the power of repetition and mantras. The more you hear or speak a phrase, the more it sticks in your mind. Advertisers harness repetition because it's a simple yet effective way to make an idea memorable. Political campaigns do it, too. They pick a short phrase like, "change we need," or "make it better," and repeat it in speeches, commercials, and posters. Over time, this mantra becomes linked with the candidate's name in people's minds. Even daily marketing does it. How many times have you seen the same ad on social media in one day? An analogy is hearing a favorite song on repeat. Eventually, you know every lyric by heart, even if you never tried to memorize it. Repetition can help you learn something new, but it can also be used to slip ideas into your head without deep analysis. When a message echoes around you nonstop, you might accept it more readily simply because it feels familiar. Mantras don't have to be long or complicated. They often work best when they're short and catchy, because it's easy to remember them. It's also easy to recall the message when making decisions. If the repeated phrase is, "You deserve the best," you might choose a pricier option because you keep hearing that line, even though a budget choice might be just as good. Staying aware of repetitive tactics is the key. It doesn't mean ignoring them completely. Sometimes, repeating a positive message can boost your mood or help you learn a new language. The trick is to notice when repetition aims to shape your beliefs without providing real reasons. Have I seen any solid data or explanation, or just the same words again and again? If the entire argument is basically a chant, you might need to look for more information before adopting it. In short, repetition can be a powerful friend or a subtle manipulator. Recognizing which one you're dealing with helps you keep your mind open and your decisions firmly in your own hands. Mind control in cults. A close-knit group meets in secret, sharing a strict belief system that seems to control every aspect of members' lives. Over time, newcomers find themselves isolated from outside friends and family, relying solely on the group's leaders for guidance. This scenario often describes how cults operate, using psychological techniques that can feel like mind control. Cult leaders typically start with warmth and acceptance, making people feel special. A new member might receive compliments, support, and a sense of belonging. They're encouraged to cut ties with outsiders who don't understand. This isolation magnifies the leader's influence. The member begins to doubt their own views, trusting only the group's version of truth. Strict rules, repeated rituals, and groupthink can create a bubble where questioning is discouraged. An analogy is sinking into quicksand. First, it might feel like solid ground, but as you step in deeper, you realize you're getting stuck, unable to pull yourself out easily. Cult mind control often involves repeated indoctrination sessions, group chants, or secret knowledge. Members might be told they're the chosen ones, fueling loyalty, but also fear of leaving. If you leave, you'll lose your path to salvation. Leaders might say that fear keeps members compliant. Brainwashing is another term sometimes used, though experts debate its exact meaning. Regardless, these tactics take advantage of human vulnerabilities, the need for acceptance, identity, and purpose. Once inside, members can be subjected to guilt, or even threats if they question the teachings. This tight control can lead to emotional dependence, making it feel nearly impossible to break free. Recognizing cult mind control starts with spotting red flags. Are you being encouraged to give up your personal relationships or possessions? Are doubts or questions treated like betrayal? Does the group revolve around a single charismatic leader who demands unquestioning loyalty? If yes, it might be more than just a unique community. Support from friends, family, or professional counselors can help people break away. It's not always easy, but many do find a path out once they see the controlling tactics at play. Staying informed about cult mind control arms you with awareness. Real community or spiritual growth rarely demands cutting off outside ties or absolute devotion to a single leader. With a healthy sense of freedom and critical thinking, you can keep your independence and still find meaningful connections. Hypnotic language patterns. Step into a calm conversation where someone's voice has a certain flow. Their words feel almost musical, and before long, you find yourself nodding without much thought. This experience might stem from what we call hypnotic language patterns. These are speech techniques that lull you into a relaxed, suggestible state, often used by stage hypnotists, motivational speakers, or even some salespeople. Key elements of these patterns include a soothing tone, repeated phrases, and gentle commands. For instance, the speaker might say, "As you listen more and more, you can feel a growing sense of comfort." Words like relax, imagine, or believe can be sprinkled throughout, guiding you along a mental path. If done skillfully, you might not realize you're being nudged, because the language feels so smooth and personal. A simple analogy is a lullaby sung to a baby. The repetitive melody calms the child, shifting their focus away from fussing and into sleep. In a similar way, a person using hypnotic speech can softly lead you to accept ideas or suggestions without rigorous questioning. It's not mind control in a dramatic sense, but it can lower your guard. Some motivational seminars use these patterns to encourage audience members to embrace positivity or big goals. That's not always bad. It can help people feel more confident. But in the wrong hands, such speech can push you to make impulsive choices, like buying expensive products you don't need or joining a high-pressure group. If you sense someone's words have a rhythm that's putting you in a trance-like mood, take a small mental step back. Ask yourself, am I being given real information, or just warm, comforting phrases? Also, look for facts or data to back up the claims. If the speaker repeats the same phrases without offering evidence, you might be encountering hypnotic language. Staying aware doesn't mean you can't enjoy a soothing voice or an inspirational talk. It simply means holding on to a bit of mental clarity. That way, you benefit from relaxing elements while still making decisions with your eyes wide open. Hypnotic language patterns can be pleasant, but they shouldn't replace genuine understanding or thoughtful analysis. Trance states in propaganda. Try to recall a moment when music, chanting, or repetitive visuals pulled you into a dreamy, focused zone. That drifting mental state could be labeled a trance, and it's often tapped in propaganda. Once people enter a trance-like mindset, where they're highly focused and less analytical, messages can sink in more easily. Group gatherings, for instance, might use rhythmic clapping, chanting slogans, or dramatic lighting. The collective energy can feel exhilarating, making participants more open to what a leader or organizer says. Religious ceremonies, political rallies, and even motivational events sometimes rely on similar elements: repetitive songs, unified chants, or intense visual displays. The aim is to guide everyone into a shared mental zone where doubts or questions fall away, replaced by a sense of unity and excitement. Think of a spinning music box. The tune repeats, and a dancer twirls in circles. After a while, you're mesmerized by the pattern. In propaganda settings, that repetition might be a slogan, a symbol, or a stirring melody. When people are swept up, they're less likely to pause and think, is this claim actually true? They're too busy feeling carried by the moment. It's not always malicious. Some events use these techniques to foster positivity or a deep sense of belonging. But in the context of propaganda, the message might be extreme or manipulative. The trance state helps slip that message into people's minds more effectively. If you find yourself in a highly charged gathering, be aware of your emotional state. Am I suspending my critical thinking here? If you notice you're nodding along without fully understanding the message, take a mental breath. You can still enjoy the energy but keep an inner voice active, questioning what's being said. Also, you could step back physically, maybe stand at the edge of the crowd, to observe with a clearer head. Recognizing trance states doesn't require you to abandon group events or joyful music. It simply reminds you to balance emotional immersion with thoughtful reflection. Knowing how trance states can amplify propaganda protects you from blindly accepting messages, leaving you free to enjoy communal excitement while staying grounded in your own perspective. Deindividuation. Look at a crowd cheering in a stadium. Each person might act bolder or louder than they ever would alone. This phenomenon is called deindividuation, where individuals lose their sense of self-awareness and personal responsibility in a group setting. It's as if being part of a large collective wraps you in a cloak of anonymity, making you feel less accountable for your actions. When people blend into a crowd, they might do things they'd never do solo, like shouting harsh insults or throwing objects. In propaganda or persuasive situations, leaders can use this group mentality to fuel strong emotions. For instance, a rally might spark anger or excitement so collectively, participants push boundaries they'd normally respect. They think, everyone else is doing it, so it must be okay. A simple analogy is wearing a costume at a masked party. You feel freer, less tied to your usual identity. Sometimes that can be fun and harmless, but it can also lead to reckless or negative behavior if moral checks fade away. Online forums and social media also demonstrate deindividuation, where anonymous users post rude comments or spread rumors. Hidden behind a screen, they forget the real people on the receiving end. Leaders who want to sway large groups can encourage this mindset by saying, "We're all in this together," or "Stand united against them," pushing a strong us versus them mentality. When personal accountability dissolves, it's easier to push extremist ideas or justify harmful acts. People feel less guilty when they believe they're part of a collective action rather than an individual choice. To guard against deindividuation, maintain a sense of self, even in a crowd. Would I do or say this if I were alone? Also, watch for groupthink, when everyone seems to agree just because that's the group vibe, not because it's actually right. If you feel an urge to act drastically, step away and consider your values individually. Being part of something bigger can be wonderful, like cheering for a sports team or participating in community projects. Just ensure you're not sacrificing your personal judgment at the expense of what feels like group acceptance. Foot in the door technique. Some might find it curious that agreeing to a small request can pave the way for much bigger demands. That's the foot in the door technique at work. Picture a door slightly ajar. Once you let a salesperson place their foot there, it becomes harder to close it completely. They start small, maybe asking for a simple favor, then escalate to a larger ask once you're invested. For example, the friend might say, "Could you help me move just a few boxes?" You agree because it seems harmless. Once you're there, "By the way, can you move all my furniture too?" It's tougher to say no at that point because you've already said yes to the initial favor. Marketers use this tactic in things like free trials or tiny purchases. After you commit to a small action, you're psychologically more likely to agree to bigger ones. An analogy is dipping your toe in a swimming pool. First, you only test the water, but if it feels fine, you're more inclined to jump in fully. The foot in the door request gets you comfortable in the scenario. Then, when the bigger request arrives, it feels like a natural extension rather than something brand new. Politically, a campaign might start by asking you to sign a harmless petition or join an email list. They might request a donation. Once you donate a small amount, they push for more. Over time, you're more likely to give in because you don't want to appear inconsistent or retract your earlier support. To handle this technique, stay mindful of each step. Does this new request still fit my comfort zone? Or am I being guided further than I planned? If you sense you're moving into territory that doesn't feel right, remember you have every right to back out. You don't owe continuous compliance just because you said yes once. The foot in the door technique isn't always malicious. Sometimes it's a gentle way to introduce people to positive causes. But it can also be used to manipulate. By spotting it, you can decide whether you genuinely want to continue or if you're simply following momentum. That awareness keeps your door from swinging open too far without your true consent. Door in the face technique. One might be startled by how a ridiculously large request can make a smaller one seem totally reasonable. Enter the door in the face technique, which flips the foot in the door strategy on its head. The persuader starts with a big, often unrealistic demand, so you'll almost certainly say no. Then they quickly follow with a smaller, more modest request, what they actually wanted all along. A classic example is asking your parents for a huge allowance raise, say triple what you get now. They might laugh or refuse outright. Then you come back with, "How about just a slight raise?" Compared to the original, this new proposal looks minimal, so your parents might agree. Marketers do this by advertising a high-priced product or package, letting you reject it, then offering a discounted or scaled-down version that seems more affordable. An easy analogy is a real estate agent who shows you a giant, expensive house first. You realize it's way out of your budget. They show you a smaller, still pricey but less intimidating house. After seeing the mega mansion's staggering price, the second one looks almost like a deal, even if it's still high. This technique relies on our sense of guilt and fairness. We might feel bad for refusing the first offer, so when the second, more modest request comes, we're more likely to accept. Also, our brains compare the second ask to the first, not to reality or our initial budget. So it feels like a better option than it might actually be. Recognizing the door in the face technique involves spotting an initial, over-the-top proposal. If you think, "Oh, that's too much," and then a second offer appears that seems more reasonable, pause and do your own comparison. Is this second option genuinely good for me? Or does it only feel good because the first was so huge? By evaluating the new offer against your actual needs or normal market prices, you avoid being tricked by the contrast. Saying no to the first ask doesn't obligate you to say yes to the second. You can weigh each request independently. Armed with awareness, You don't have to walk through that door just because it was slammed in your face at first. In-group versus out-group bias. Many are intrigued by how people split the world into us and them. That mental divide is known as in-group versus out-group bias. We tend to favor those we see as part of our group. Maybe it's our family, community, or nation, while sometimes distrusting or dismissing those who seem outside. This bias can show up in small, everyday ways, like rooting passionately for your hometown sports team while booing the opponents. But it can escalate into more serious prejudices if we believe our group is always right or superior. Politicians often exploit this divide, painting opponents as threats or outsiders. By fueling pride in the in-group, they also stoke fear or anger toward anyone who disagrees. A simple analogy is two school clubs competing in a talent show. Each club might see its own members as more talented and dedicated. They might also spread rumors about the rival club. With each rumor, the other club feels more distant, like a separate tribe. That separation can block empathy and understanding, making collaboration hard. In propaganda or persuasive messaging, emphasizing in-group versus out-group can create loyalty to certain ideas. The speaker might say, "True citizens stand with us," implying that if you disagree, you're not a true citizen. That's a powerful emotional lever. Nobody wants to feel like an outsider in their own group, so people often go along with the message just to fit in. How do you overcome this bias? Start by noticing when you think in us versus them terms. Are these people really that different, or do we share common ground? Also, consider if someone is trying to stir up fear or hatred toward an outgroup. Sometimes meeting or talking with individuals from that other side can soften the divide. You realize they have hopes and concerns similar to yours. In-group versus out-group bias isn't always hateful. Supporting your own team or culture can be healthy. But the key is avoiding an extreme belief that we're always good, they're always bad. That approach blinds you to the complexity of real humans. By stepping outside narrow group labels, you open doors to cooperation and a broader understanding of the world around you. False dilemma. People often get cornered into thinking there are only two choices. You're either with us or against us. That phrase sums up the false dilemma, where a complex issue is boiled down to two oversimplified options. In reality, life usually offers more than just two paths. Take an ad for a health product that declares, "Either use our supplement or stay unhealthy." That's not entirely fair. There might be many ways to stay healthy: balanced diets, regular exercise, or different supplements. By presenting only two extremes, the ad tries to force you into picking their product. The same trick appears in political debates, with statements like, "If you don't support this policy, you must hate our country." Such logic ignores possible middle ground viewpoints. Think of a big menu at a restaurant, yet a waiter insists your only choices are chicken or fish. You might be fine with one of those, but you're also missing out on salads, soups, or vegetarian dishes. That's the essence of a false dilemma. It limits your options, steering you toward a single correct answer by ignoring all the other possibilities. Persuaders use this because it simplifies the conversation. It's easy to argue against a single opposing choice, rather than addressing a whole range of alternatives. This tactic can corner people, making them feel they must pick a side or risk being labeled as something undesirable. To avoid falling for a false dilemma, look for overlooked possibilities. Is it really just these two? What other solutions or opinions might exist? Or could there be a compromise? Often, you'll realize the issue is more nuanced. Also, keep an eye on how the options are framed. Are they described in extreme or emotional terms to pressure you? False dilemmas can pressure you into quick decisions. Buy now or suffer, join us or be cast out. By staying curious and open to complexity, You free yourself from the mental trap of either-or thinking. You might still end up choosing one option, but you'll do it knowing the full picture, not just a limited view crafted by someone else. Cherry-picking data. Many notice a speaker who highlights only the facts that support their argument, ignoring the rest. This act of selecting favorable bits while discarding the bigger picture is called cherry-picking data. It's like someone bragging about their best test scores while pretending the bad scores don't exist. Picture a weight loss supplement ad that proudly cites one study saying participants lost weight quickly. They never mention another study where the supplement had no effect or caused side effects. With partial evidence, it sounds amazing, but if you saw all the data, your opinion might change. Politicians do this, too. They might flaunt a decline in one type of crime while ignoring a surge in another category. Imagine you're sampling fruit at a market. If the seller only shows you the sweetest cherries and hides the bruised ones, you might think the entire batch is perfect. In reality, there's a mix of good and bad. Cherry-picking data works the same way. It gives a misleading impression by focusing on positives or negatives alone. The tactic exploits our tendency to accept convenient facts that align with a narrative we like. It feels good to see evidence that supports our beliefs. That's why it can be so tempting for persuaders to withhold contrary information. They know people often won't dig deeper. To guard against cherry-picking, look for complete context. Is there more to this story? What do other studies or experts say? Or could the speaker be leaving something out? Checking multiple sources helps you see if the evidence is consistent or if one side is being overemphasized. Also, be cautious of sensational headlines. They often cherry-pick the most shocking elements to grab attention, leaving out balanced details. Cherry-picking doesn't always mean someone is lying. They might genuinely believe the snippets they're showing prove their point. So, partial truth can be just as misleading. By seeking out full information, you step away from one-sided views. That way, you base your decisions on the whole orchard, not just the hand-picked cherries someone wants you to see. Echo chambers. Take note of how some online communities wrap you in a cozy blanket of agreement, where everyone shares the same views. These digital bubbles are known as echo chambers. When you only hear voices that repeat your own beliefs, it feels reassuring, but it can also narrow your perspective, making it harder to understand or respect other viewpoints. Imagine a group of friends who all love the same music band, only talk about how amazing that band is, and ignore any critique. Their echo chamber might convince them the band is universally adored. Meanwhile, plenty of people outside that circle may not enjoy that music at all. That's how echo chambers work. Repetition of similar ideas leads to a sense of universal truth within the group. Social media algorithms often reinforce this effect. If you like or comment on certain types of posts, the platform will show you more of the same. Over time, you might see mostly content that aligns with your beliefs, blocking out diverse opinions. This isolation can be comforting. Nobody challenges you, but it also creates a distorted sense of reality. In politics or social issues, echo chambers can polarize society. Each side becomes convinced they hold the only valid stance, rarely encountering reasoned arguments from the other side. Because everyone in your chamber agrees, you start thinking, everyone must feel this way. That can lead to shock or anger when confronted by different viewpoints. To break free, actively seek out varied sources. Follow people with different opinions or backgrounds. Engage in respectful debates, ask questions, and truly listen. It's not about changing your core beliefs, but broadening your understanding. If you find yourself in a space where all you hear is, yes, exactly, it might be time to explore beyond that boundary. Echo chambers aren't inherently evil. Sometimes we crave spaces where we feel accepted, but relying solely on them can dull critical thinking and empathy. By stepping outside and sampling other perspectives, you gain a more rounded view. That doesn't mean you must abandon your own stance. It just means you're aware there's a bigger world of opinions and experiences out there. Filter bubbles. Some might be surprised that every click, and search online shapes the world you see next. This personalized space is known as a filter bubble, an online environment curated by algorithms that guess what you want to see. While it can be convenient, showing you relevant news, products, or friends, it can also shield you from broader perspectives. A classic example is your social media feed. After you watch a video about gardening, the platform might suggest more gardening tutorials, plant care tips, and eco-friendly products. Your feed is full of greenery. Meanwhile, a friend who loves sports gets an entirely different online universe. Sports highlights, athlete interviews, and gear ads. Neither of you sees much of what the other sees. This feels cozy at first, like a personalized newspaper delivered just for you. But it can also limit discovery. If the algorithm decides you're only interested in one viewpoint, it might exclude news or articles that challenge your beliefs. Over time, you might believe your perspective is the only mainstream view, simply because the algorithm rarely shows you alternatives. An analogy is wearing tinted glasses that make everything appear blue. You might forget other colors exist. Filter bubbles work in a similar way. While you enjoy the convenience, you might miss out on the full spectrum of information. In discussions or debates, you might feel shocked at opinions that differ from the bubble you're used to. To pop your filter bubble, try searching topics in multiple ways or using different platforms. Follow a range of voices or news sources. If you mostly read articles that confirm your opinions, consciously seek out opposing viewpoints. This doesn't mean you must adopt them, but understanding them can sharpen your own thinking. Ultimately, filter bubbles can make life more comfortable, but they can also isolate us from new ideas and critical facts. Being aware of them helps you take charge. Instead of letting an algorithm decide what you see, you broaden your perspective by actively exploring beyond the bubble. This approach keeps you rooted in reality rather than an echo of your own preferences. Anchoring effect. A restaurant menu lists a luxurious lobster dish at a very high price. Suddenly, the slightly expensive steak option seems more reasonable by comparison. That's the anchoring effect. The initial number or piece of information you encounter sets a sort of mental benchmark, influencing how you judge everything else. This trick appears everywhere. A realtor might first show you an overpriced house so that a merely expensive one looks like a bargain. Or you might see a shopping website offering a jacket discounted from $200 to $100. Even if the jacket isn't worth $200, that first figure frames your perception, and $100 feels like a deal. An easy analogy is stepping on a scale that's calibrated 10 pounds heavier. Seeing that wrong number might shock you, making you feel relieved if you discover your true weight is actually less. The anchor sets a reference point in your mind, and everything else is compared to it. Advertisers know that once they place a high anchor, the lowered price becomes more tempting. The anchoring effect thrives because our brains often latch onto the first figure or detail we see. It's a shortcut. We assume that initial number must have some validity. In negotiations, for instance, if you name a price, you set the anchor. The other party typically adjusts around that figure. Even if the anchor is random, it can still sway judgments. How to resist this? Recognize when an anchor might be artificially set. In the restaurant example, check if the other dishes are truly priced fairly or if they're just cheaper compared to the ultra-expensive lobster. Gather outside information, like checking competitor prices or reviewing objective data, to form your own baseline. That way, you're not trapped by a single inflated figure. The anchoring effect isn't always nefarious. Sometimes, stores do offer genuine discounts. The key is to remain aware that your perception of fair or cheap can be swayed by the first number you see. With that awareness, you can step back, compare, and decide if the deal is truly good or if you're just being anchored to a misleading reference point. Framing effect. Some might notice how a simple shift in wording can flip our perception of the same facts. That's the framing effect. It's not about changing the content but how it's presented. For instance, hearing 90% success rate sounds a lot better than 10% failure rate, even though both statements describe the exact same statistic. Marketers use framing to push a positive or negative angle. A product might be labeled 90% fat-free, making it seem healthy, rather than contains 10% fat. Politicians might say a policy creates jobs for many, while opponents frame it as not helping everyone who needs work. It's the same policy, but the language changes how you feel about it. Picture two identical glasses of water, each half full. One glass is described as half full, the other as half empty. The only difference is the wording. Yet, people react more positively to half full. That's how framing nudges our emotional or mental response, even when the underlying reality is unchanged. To see if you're caught in a framing trap, look for alternative descriptions. What if this were worded differently? Does the meaning stay the same? Doing so helps you approach the information from multiple angles. Then you can gauge whether your reaction is based on the actual data or just the spin. A helpful exercise is to rephrase the statement in your own words. If someone says, 95% of patients recover, restate it as 5% don't recover. If the second form feels drastically different, you've witnessed framing in action. By seeing both frames, you can keep emotional sways in check and decide based on the broader picture. Framing isn't always bad. Sometimes it clarifies a complicated topic by highlighting the main point. But it can also lead us to ignore crucial details or accept a viewpoint too quickly. Being mindful of the framing effect lets you step back, see the full range of possibilities, and not let a single angle of presentation govern your entire decision. In the end, it's about looking at reality from more than one window, not just the prettiest one. Obedience to authority. One might be fascinated by how a person in uniform or in a position of power can command instant compliance. This is obedience to authority, a tendency we have to follow orders from figures we see as official or high-ranking. Classic studies show that people might even perform uncomfortable tasks if instructed by an authority figure. A simple illustration is a security guard telling someone to step away from a door. Even if the door is public property, many comply without question because the uniform signals authority. In the workplace, employees often accept a boss's instructions, even if they disagree, to avoid conflict or punishment. On a grand scale, history shows extreme cases where entire groups followed harmful orders, partly because they felt they had no choice. Think of a small child who automatically listens when a teacher says, "Line up." They've learned that the teacher is in charge. As adults, we still carry some of that conditioning. We assume authorities know best or have legitimate power. Propaganda systems use this by having authoritative leaders who speak with confidence, wear certain attire, and use commanding language. To cope with this tendency, it's important to reflect on whether the authority figure's request aligns with our personal values or logic. Are we following because it's sensible or just because of their status? If the instructions seem unethical or questionable, it's okay to ask for clarification or even refuse. That's obviously easier said than done. Authority can carry penalties for disobedience, real or perceived. This doesn't mean all authority is bad. We rely on experts, like doctors or firefighters, to guide us in crucial situations. The key is to stay alert when an authority figure demands actions that conflict with your moral or factual understanding. Maybe talk to others for a second opinion or do a quick reality check. Does this make sense? Or am I just obeying without thinking? Obedience itself can keep society orderly Imagine traffic chaos if nobody listened to police officers at intersections. But blindly obeying can be dangerous, especially if the authority is manipulative or corrupt. Balancing respect for valid authority with your own critical thinking is the safest way to navigate these scenarios. Narrative framing. At times, you might wonder how two people can describe the same event but make it sound completely different. That's the essence of narrative framing, shaping the storyline to highlight certain details and downplay others. It's like crafting a movie script. The writer decides which scenes to show and which to leave out, guiding the audience's emotions and interpretations. Media outlets often use narrative framing. One might report on a protest by focusing on violence, painting it as chaotic. Another might highlight peaceful demonstrators, depicting the same event as a noble stand for justice. Both can be true, but the chosen details form distinct narratives. Politicians also spin stories about their achievements or their opponents' failures, picking moments that fit their desired image. An analogy is a collage of photos. If you select only smiling snapshots, you show a happy storyline. If you pick only angry faces, it looks like a day of conflict. That's how narrative framing works, by presenting bits and pieces that lead you toward a specific conclusion. It's not always lying. It's more about selective storytelling. When you notice strong emotional responses from a piece of content, ask yourself, what parts of the story might be left out? For instance, if the news only shows one angle of a tragedy, there may be other factors or voices not being heard. Similarly, a company praising its record profits might gloss over how they achieved them, skipping details about layoffs or environmental impacts. To guard your perspective, seek multiple accounts of the same event. By comparing, you'll spot the patterns and realize that each source shapes its narrative in some way. Don't assume one version is the complete truth. The real story often lies in the overlap or the missing pieces. Narrative framing is powerful because humans love stories. We find them easier to process than raw data. But stories can nudge us toward certain beliefs or judgments. By staying curious and checking other frames, you keep your mind open. You might still favor one version, but at least it's an informed choice. Not just the only script you were handed. The illusory truth effect. Notice how the more you hear a statement repeated, the more likely you are to accept it as true, even if it's false. This quirk is known as the illusory truth effect. Our brains often confuse familiarity with truth, so a claim repeated many times becomes fact-like in our minds, simply because we recognize it. Imagine seeing a rumor online multiple times. Even though you never see proof, you might catch yourself saying, "I keep hearing about this, so there must be something to it." Advertisers and political campaigns tap into this effect by pounding the same slogans or messages into people's heads. Eventually, the repetition itself seems to validate the claim. Think of a radio song you initially dislike but catch yourself humming after hearing it over and over. The tune becomes familiar, and familiarity often feels safe or correct. That's how the illusory truth effect sneaks in. Your brain relaxes around repeated information, rating it higher in believability due to repeated exposure. The trouble arises when rumors or misleading statements keep circulating. Over time, even well-meaning people start echoing them, saying, "I'm not sure if it's true, but I've heard it so many times." This is how false information can solidify into widespread belief. In a debate or discussion, you might face arguments backed by nothing but sheer repetition. To combat this, make a habit of asking for evidence. If a statement is repeated, where did that information come from? Seek out neutral fact checks. Also, notice if the source ever updates or corrects itself. If a claim never evolves beyond the same repeated phrase, it might just be echoing itself. By practicing healthy skepticism, you can resist the notion that frequent mentions equal truth. Repetition helps us memorize useful things, like phone numbers or multiplication tables. But when it comes to complex or controversial claims, rely on actual research, credible sources, and logic. Recognizing the illusory truth effect empowers you to see beyond the comforting sense of, "I've heard this before, so it must be right." Instead, you base your acceptance on clear, verified information. Overton Window. Many find it intriguing that ideas once considered extreme can shift into mainstream acceptance. This shift is often guided by the Overton Window, a concept describing the range of policies or viewpoints that are considered acceptable in public discourse. If an idea falls inside that window, people will talk about it comfortably. If it's outside, they dismiss it as too radical or impossible. Shifting the Overton Window can happen gradually. For instance, a certain social policy might start on the fringes, where most people see it as too bold. Advocates keep discussing it, perhaps in smaller groups or through opinion pieces. Over time, the idea inches closer to the center of debate. Eventually, it becomes normal enough for policymakers to adopt. Those who once rolled their eyes might suddenly find it reasonable. An analogy is raising the temperature in a room degree by degree. No single step feels drastic, but after several small adjustments, the overall temperature is much higher than before. In politics, groups sometimes propose extreme ideas to stretch people's sense of what's possible. Even if these far-out proposals fail, they shift the boundaries so less extreme ideas appear moderate in comparison. Leaders, activists, or media outlets may try to move the Overton Window. One strategy is to discuss an issue so frequently that it goes from taboo to talk about able. This can be beneficial, shedding light on topics that deserve attention, but can also be used to make questionable ideas seem normal. For instance, harsh policies might become acceptable if repeated enough and framed in a certain way. To avoid drifting along without awareness, notice when a new topic starts popping up repeatedly. Ask yourself, is this a natural evolution of public opinion, or is someone deliberately pushing the boundaries? Read about the issue from multiple perspectives to grasp the full picture. If you see that arguments for or against something are based on repeated slogans rather than genuine evidence, you might be witnessing a strategic Overton Window shift. In essence, the Overton Window helps explain why today's crazy idea might become tomorrow's everyday reality. Staying informed about how it's moved, intentionally or organically, keeps you from being caught off guard by changing social norms or political agendas. Straw man arguments. Some debates feel off because one side twists the other's stance into a weaker version, then easily defeats it. This tactic is known as the straw man argument. It's like setting up a straw scarecrow and triumphantly knocking it down, much easier than facing a real opponent's true position. The typical straw man might go like this. Person A says, "We should consider spending more on education." Person B responds, "They just want to throw unlimited money at schools, ignoring all other problems." Person A never said unlimited money, but now they have to defend against that exaggerated claim. By misrepresenting the original view, Person B sidesteps the real discussion about balanced funding. Think of it like playing a game of telephone, where the initial message becomes distorted until it's barely recognizable. In serious discourse, straw manning can create confusion and frustrate genuine attempts to solve problems. Politicians, advertisers, and internet commentators might use it because it's easier to demonize or ridicule a distorted version of the other side's argument. Spotting a straw man starts by noticing if someone's response actually matches the original statement. Did they accurately restate what the other person said, or did they exaggerate or alter it? If it feels off, go back to the source. Also, watch out for words like always, never, which might signal overgeneralization. For example, "They always ignore facts" might be a straw man if the person never ignores facts. When you sense a straw man being used against you, Gently clarify your real position. Say, "That's not exactly what I meant. Let me restate my point." Stay calm, because getting angry can further derail the conversation. If you're observing someone else's argument, note the mismatch and maybe ask for more precise wording. Straw manning can be unintentional. Sometimes people genuinely misunderstand each other. Other times, it's a deliberate tactic to win an argument without engaging with the real issues. Recognizing it helps keep discussions honest. By ensuring we address the actual arguments rather than inflated or twisted versions, we move closer to sincere understanding and solutions. Humor and satire. Plenty of people relax their guard when something is funny. Humor and satire often slip past our defenses because we're too busy laughing to question the message. Whether it's a late-night comedy show ridiculing politicians or a satirical article poking fun at corporate culture, humor can pack a punch beneath the jokes. Comedians, cartoonists, or satirists cleverly highlight hypocrisy, corruption, or social injustice by wrapping sharp critiques in wit. The audience absorbs the points almost subconsciously because it's entertaining. An analogy is adding sugar to bitter medicine. It goes down easier when it's sweetened. But this also means humor can be used to plant biased views or manipulate opinions without much resistance. Take a simple scenario, a viral meme mocking a certain policy. Everyone shares it for laughs, and the policy's supporters end up looking silly or incompetent. Even if the meme doesn't present full facts, its comedic impact can color public perception. Politicians sometimes appear on comedy shows, aiming to show a lighter side. By laughing with the host, viewers might see the politician as more likable, forgetting to ask tough questions about their policies. Satire can be a positive tool. It reveals truths that serious reporting might miss. For instance, satirical news sites often spotlight absurdities in society, making people think more critically. But it can also mislead if readers can't tell it's satire. Some might take a humorous headline as literal, spreading misinformation unintentionally. To handle humor and satire wisely, keep a balance between amusement and skepticism. But also consider the underlying message. Is this just a joke? Or is there a hidden point that needs fact-checking? When humor targets specific groups or ideas, be mindful if it's pushing you to adopt a negative stereotype. Also, be careful about sharing satirical content with people who might not realize it's satire. Misunderstandings can escalate quickly. Enjoying comedy doesn't mean you have to turn off your brain. In fact, it can enhance your thinking if you reflect on why the joke is funny and whether it exposes a real issue. The key is not to let laughter overshadow honesty or genuine understanding. Neuromarketing. Some feel intrigued by how advertisers study brain activity to craft more persuasive messages. This emerging field is called neuromarketing, a blend of neuroscience and marketing that examines how our brains respond to stimuli like images, puns, or even scents. Companies might show volunteers a series of ads while scanning their brain activity, looking for spikes of excitement or emotional engagement. On the surface, it sounds futuristic. They want to learn which colors, chips, or words trigger positive feelings, or which brand logos spark curiosity. By mapping these responses, marketers can refine their campaigns, hoping to tap directly into our desires. An analogy is checking a car's performance under different road conditions. The testers gather data, then tweak the design to run more smoothly. Neuromarketing can be used in a mild way, such as deciding the best layout for a store so customers feel comfortable browsing. But there's a gray area if brands try to exploit raw emotional triggers, like fear or craving, to push unnecessary products. If you find yourself drawn to an item without a clear reason, it might be that your brain was subtly primed by a well-designed campaign. So, neuromarketing isn't magic mind control. Your brain doesn't automatically force you to buy. However, it can tilt the odds. Each time you see an ad, Your neural pathways might fire in a pattern that leaves a small positive impression. Over repeated exposures, your preference for that brand can grow, even if you can't pinpoint why. A good defense is awareness. If you notice your heart rate quickening during a commercial, maybe they used upbeat music, vibrant visuals, or a persuasive storyline, take a moment to think logically. Do I really need this product? Or am I just feeling the rush they designed me to feel? Checking independent reviews or waiting a day before purchasing can help break the impulse. Neuromarketing isn't all bad. It can provide insights into what genuinely delights or comforts people, leading to better product design or friendlier user experiences. But staying informed allows you to embrace the benefits of innovation without being a guinea pig for manipulative tactics. Meme warfare. Many notice how a clever meme can spark huge online chatter. Meme warfare takes this concept further, using viral images, short text, or catchy jokes to rapidly influence public opinion. Because memes are quick to consume and easy to share, they spread like wildfire through social media, forums, and group chats. A political campaign might create a meme lampooning an opponent, or a brand could launch a humorous image that captures a mood. In an instant, people share it, remix it, and spread it further. Once a meme is out there, it's hard to control. It can take on a life of its own, shifting shape and message as it moves through different communities. An analogy is tossing a small spark into a forest. It can catch and escalate quickly, especially if the ground is dry. Online culture can be that dry ground. People are hungry for quick entertainment or ways to express their feelings. A single viral meme can capture the essence of a complicated issue in seconds. That's why it can be so persuasive. It bypasses long explanations and hits the emotional or humorous sweet spot. While meme warfare can be lighthearted, it can also be a tool for misinformation or propaganda. A single image might show false statistics with a funny caption, and people share it because it's entertaining, not realizing the data is fake. Memes can also stoke division by mocking groups or individuals, planting negative stereotypes in a playful wrapper. If you encounter a meme that feels persuasive, pause to consider its source and content. Is it based on real facts or just a flashy punchline? Double-check any data it presents. When passing it on, ask yourself if you're spreading a message you truly stand by or just seeking to entertain. Memes might seem harmless, but they can shape attitudes and beliefs, especially if repeated often enough. Meme warfare shows how modern persuasion can be both playful and potent. By staying alert, you can enjoy the humor without being blindly pulled into biased narratives. With a critical eye, you decide which memes deserve a share and which are better left floating in the digital ether. Catastrophizing. One might notice how certain messages blow small issues into world-ending crises, making everything seem dire. This habit is called catastrophizing, jumping to the worst-case scenario even if the evidence doesn't warrant it. A mild setback, like a product delay, might be described as a complete disaster, stirring panic in consumers or colleagues. In personal life, a small argument with a friend can spiral into thoughts like, "We'll never be friends again," and "everyone will hate me." In public discourse, a minor policy change might be declared the end of freedom itself. While it's healthy to take problems seriously, catastrophizing ramps up anxiety without offering balanced solutions. An analogy is seeing a scratch on your phone screen and instantly fearing it'll shatter at any moment, ruin your life, and cost a fortune to fix. Sure, you should be careful, but imagining the worst outcome can paralyze you. This is exactly what persuaders hope for when they catastrophize. If you're panicked, you're more susceptible to a quick fix they propose, like buying a pricey insurance plan or supporting a drastic policy. To handle catastrophizing, notice the scale of the reaction. Are the words or tone extremely dramatic? Are phrases like, "It's doomed," "Nothing can save us," or "The end is near," repeated? That's a clue someone might be amplifying your fear. It doesn't mean ignore real problems, but you can step back and gauge whether the threat is as massive as claimed. Check alternative sources or experts. If you see they present a more moderate view, you might suspect catastrophizing is at play. Also, ask yourself, what's the worst-case scenario? Is it truly likely? The likelihood of complete ruin is smaller than we imagine. Having a balanced sense of risk is more productive than living in constant alarm. Catastrophizing can spread quickly, especially on social media. Headlines that scream doom grab attention faster than calm analyses. So staying calm and curious helps. Even if the situation is serious, approaching it with level-headed thinking leads to better decisions. You can still prepare for difficulties without believing every bump in the road is a total collapse. Problem, reaction, solution. Plenty of times, a crisis appears, real or exaggerated, and right behind it comes a convenient fix from the same folks who revealed the crisis. That's the problem, reaction, solution pattern. First, someone highlights or even inflates a problem, causing alarm or anger. People react with worry or frustration, then readily accept the solution that's offered, sometimes without questioning its broader impact. Imagine a company releasing a security report claiming that your home is at serious risk from burglars. They unveil their new alarm system, promoting it as the only safeguard. Because you're already tense from the dire warning, you might jump at the solution. Politically, a leader might declare an urgent threat, then introduce laws that grant them more power. Citizens, rattled by the problem, support these measures, not realizing they might lose personal freedoms in the process. An analogy is a magician who secretly lets a rabbit loose backstage, then amazes the audience by heroically capturing it during the show. The audience is impressed, not suspecting the magician caused the problem in the first place. In propaganda or persuasion, the trick is to get people focused on the fear or chaos, so they embrace the offered remedy as salvation. To guard against this pattern, take a step back when you hear about a new crisis. Who's delivering the message? And do they stand to gain from the solution? Also, verify the seriousness of the issue with independent sources. Sometimes the problem is indeed real, but occasionally it's magnified or even fabricated. Even if it's real, the proposed solution may not be the only option. No one wants to ignore genuine threats, but verifying facts helps you see if your reaction is justified or heightened for someone else's agenda. If multiple solutions exist, look into them. Don't just accept the first fix offered, especially if it benefits the same party that rang the alarm. By staying informed and calm, you remain the decision maker instead of being herded toward a single outcome. The problem, reaction, solution strategy is powerful because it thrives on urgency. The moment you feel rushed or frightened, you're less likely to scrutinize. Recognizing this formula helps you stay clear-headed, exploring solutions that genuinely solve problems rather than serve hidden motives. Semantic persuasion. Many discover that even subtle word choices can shift how we interpret a message. This is semantic persuasion, tweaking language to steer thoughts without bluntly changing the core facts. For example, describing a fee as a contribution makes it sound more positive, whereas calling it a tax might trigger resistance. Marketers exploit this by saying investment instead of purchase, nudging you to see their product as a future benefit, not a mere expense. Politicians might label a military action as a peacekeeping mission to paint a softer image. These strategic word swaps guide you toward a certain feeling or assumption. An analogy is putting on tinted glasses. The world doesn't change, but the hue alters your perception. In the same way, semantic persuasion doesn't alter the raw facts. It just reframes them to prompt a certain reaction. A restaurant describing its dish as artisan crafted sounds fancier than homemade, even if both terms refer to the same process. Spotting these tactics requires a bit of mental translation. If someone calls a product an opportunity, ask yourself, is it really an opportunity or just a sale? Notice whether the words used are inherently emotional, like misguided, unpatriotic, or courageous. Sometimes these labels reflect real qualities, but other times they're just guiding your reaction. Also, watch out for contradictions hidden beneath sweet wording. A company might say it's restructuring for growth, when it's really laying off workers. By describing cuts in a positive way, they hope to control the narrative. That's semantic persuasion at play. To navigate these language twists, mentally parse phrases to their simplest form. If someone says, "We're offering an exclusive membership experience," interpret it as, "They want me to buy this service." By identifying the straightforward meaning, you sidestep the emotional tug. You can appreciate fancy language for style's sake, but it shouldn't blind you to reality. Ultimately, semantic persuasion can be harmless if used for clarity or gentle motivation, but it can also mask unpleasant truths or spark false enthusiasm. Recognizing it helps you stay grounded, evaluating messages based on actual content rather than clever word games. Pavlovian Cues. Some notice that a familiar sound or smell can trigger a sudden urge. Pavlovian cues come from the famous experiments by Ivan Pavlov, where dogs heard a bell and expected food, so they drooled at the bell's ring alone. Humans also develop these conditioned responses without fully realizing it. A retail store might play a specific jingle at the start of every sale. That jingle alone could make shoppers feel excited to spend money. Or a coffee chain's signature aroma might instantly kindle a craving, because you've learned to link that smell with the pleasure of a warm cup of coffee. Over time, these cues become mental shortcuts. Hear the bell, want the treat. An analogy is tying a ribbon around your finger to remind yourself of a task. Except in Pavlovian conditioning, the reminder happens automatically. Your brain forms a connection between stimulus, the bell, tingle, or aroma, and the reward, food, comfort. Once that link is made, the cue can spark the reward-seeking urge without any conscious thought. Advertisers lean on this by pairing products with upbeat music or appealing imagery. After enough exposure, the tune or visual triggers the feeling of excitement that you associate with their product. It's not necessarily malicious. Sometimes it just helps you find what you enjoy, but it can also steer you into buying something whenever that cue appears. To handle Pavlovian cues, be mindful when you experience sudden desires. If a store's music or layout always leaves you buying more than intended, think, am I responding to a cue? Perhaps step away for a moment and decide if you really need the item. You can also try breaking the cycle by changing your routine. If you typically get coffee after smelling those roasted beans, resist a few times. Over time, that can weaken the cue's power. Pavlovian conditioning reminds us that part of our behavior is shaped by repetitive association. Recognizing it allows you to pause, separate the cue from the actual need or want, and make choices more consciously. You can still enjoy the pleasures tied to these cues, just make sure you're choosing them, not just reacting like a dog to a bell. Information overload. Sometimes the sheer volume of facts, data, or breaking news swirling around leaves us feeling helpless. That's the result of information overload, when we face so much incoming knowledge that we can't process it effectively. Instead of becoming more informed, we might shut down or pick and choose data points at random. Modern technology floods us with notifications, articles, and updates every second. A person might bounce between social media feeds, posts, and countless headlines. This barrage can blur our ability to analyze or question claims. We skim the surface, absorbing bits and pieces but never diving deep. Persuaders might exploit this flood of info by slipping in misleading details, hoping they go unnoticed in the chaos. An analogy is standing under a waterfall trying to drink. There's so much water crashing down that you can't swallow it properly. In the same way, too many messages hamper real understanding. We might just gulp something here and there, ignoring the rest. When confronted with a mountain of data, people may rely on shortcuts to decide what's true or important. That makes us vulnerable to manipulated headlines or strong emotional hooks. If I've read 5 scary articles about this topic, they must be urgent, we think, even if the deeper facts show a different story. The solution is to organize and prioritize. If you're swamped by incoming information, pick reputable sources and limit how often you check updates. Instead of scanning every social media post, choose a few key news outlets or respected voices. Take time to actually think about each piece of information. What's the source? Who benefits from it? Does it align with other verified facts? Being selective doesn't mean ignoring the world. Rather, it means digesting information at a pace where you can process it fully. Pause to reflect, verify, and discuss with others you trust. By reducing the frenzy, you regain control over your learning process. Information overload isn't about a lack of facts, but an excess of them. Turning the tap down to a manageable stream keeps your mind sharp and your decisions grounded. Gatekeeping. Plenty of times, people wonder why certain stories or voices never reach the spotlight. Gatekeeping might be the reason. Someone decides which information gets through and which remains hidden. A media outlet might choose not to cover certain topics, or an online group admin might delete posts that don't fit their viewpoint. As a result, the audience only sees what the gatekeepers allow. Gatekeeping can be subtle or obvious. The traditional editor, for instance, might think, this story won't sell, and never publish it. On social platforms, algorithms can bury content deemed less engaging, effectively silencing it. Governments may also restrict news for political reasons, presenting only the official version of events. An analogy is a big library with a locked section. The librarian decides which books go on the open shelves. If no one can access the locked books, it's as if they don't exist. Gatekeeping shapes public awareness because you can't question what you don't know. Sometimes gatekeeping helps maintain quality, like removing hateful content or fact-checking false claims. But it can also be abused to hide inconvenient truths, promote favoritism, or mold public opinion. The tricky part is that most people don't realize they're missing something. They scroll through their feed or watch the news, trusting they see the whole picture. To get around gatekeeping, seek diverse sources, especially if a topic seems to vanish. Independent or international outlets might cover stories mainstream media ignores. Grassroots forums can provide alternate viewpoints, though you still need to watch for unreliable information. Also, support journalists or content creators who value transparency. If they explain how they gather facts, you know they're not just gatekeeping for convenience. Realizing gatekeeping exists is half the battle. When an issue feels underreported or suspiciously quiet, ask why. Are there vested interests blocking its spread? By proactively looking beyond gatekeepers, you expand your perspective. This doesn't guarantee every hidden story is valid, but it does help you notice when stories are missing. Ultimately, gatekeeping shapes the limits of public debate. Knowing about it helps you push those limits and see what lies beyond the gate. Slippery slope logic. Sometimes a small change is portrayed as the first step toward utter chaos. That dramatic view emerges from slippery slope logic, the idea that allowing one minor shift automatically leads to severe, often unrelated consequences. If we let people do X, someone might argue, then soon they'll be doing Y and Z, and society will collapse. Consider a neighborhood debate about opening a small park for skateboarding. Opponents might claim, if we allow skateboards, soon we'll have loud concerts every night, then criminals will flood in. Even if the link isn't rational, the chain of fear sparks anxiety. Politicians or interest groups use this tactic to stop reforms by painting a dire future that few want. An analogy is a small snowball rolling down a hill. In reality, not every snowball grows into a massive avalanche. But slippery slope reasoning insists it will, ignoring other factors that could slow or control the process. While changes can escalate, responsible steps and checks often prevent extreme outcomes. Spotting slippery slope logic means questioning how realistic the next steps are. Could it really escalate that drastically? Are we missing crucial steps or barriers that would prevent that disaster? If the argument lumps many different scenarios together without showing their actual likelihood, it might just be fear-mongering. Also, watch out for leaps from a small event directly to a large consequence, with no clear causal path. This doesn't mean we ignore potential dangers, but approaching them with balanced thinking helps. For instance, if a new policy has a chance to grow into something harmful, you can set safeguards. That's different from outright rejecting the policy based on a dramatic domino effect that might never happen. By recognizing slippery slope arguments, you avoid getting caught in a wave of panic. You can calmly evaluate whether a minor change genuinely threatens bigger, unlikely catastrophes. It's okay to consider worst-case scenarios, but they shouldn't overshadow practical, moderate possibilities. With a level head, you see whether that small step is actually a gentle hill or a truly steep slope. Mirror neurons and empathy. Many feel a rush of warmth or sadness when they see someone else rejoice or weep. Part of this reaction is linked to mirror neurons, brain cells that fire both when we perform an action and when we observe someone else doing the same. These neurons help us empathize and understand each other's emotions, making us feel connected in groups or communities. Marketers and speakers exploit this by showing relatable faces reacting to a product or idea. If you see someone smiling with delight after using a certain app, your mirror neurons might mirror that joy, nudging you to believe the product could bring you the same happiness. Political campaigns often show crowds cheering for a candidate, hoping viewers at home will feel swept up in the excitement. An analogy is catching someone else's yawn. You see them yawn, and suddenly you're yawning too. That's a simple, almost reflexive form of empathy. Persuasion can work similarly if you watch someone be thrilled or inspired. You might absorb that feeling on a subconscious level, especially when the situation or emotion is clear. To handle this effect mindfully, note when your emotions shift while watching others. Are you genuinely excited by the idea, or are you just responding to someone else's excitement? Empathy is beautiful. Caring about others is a strength, but it can also make you vulnerable if someone choreographs emotional scenes to sway you, like showing crowds of joyful actors who aren't truly representative. There's no need to resist all emotional resonance. That human connection fosters compassion and understanding. Just keep a small boundary so you can ask, is this feeling truly mine? Or am I mirroring someone else's reaction? If you decide you do share the emotion genuinely, great. If not, you'll be able to acknowledge you were simply picking up on external signals. In short, mirror neurons are a wonderful aspect of our biology, making life richer through shared experiences and empathy. But they also serve as a gentle reminder that feelings can be contagious, and not every wave of excitement or sorrow reflects your personal convictions. Recognizing that difference ensures you remain kind-hearted but also able to filter manipulative prompts. Emotional hijacking. Many notice how a sudden burst of strong emotion, like anger, fear, or overwhelming joy, can overshadow calm thinking. That surge is often called emotional hijacking. You might hear shocking news or see a troubling image, and before logic kicks in, your heart races and your decisions become impulsive. Advertisers or propagandists may trigger emotional hijacking with dramatic videos, heart-wrenching music, or horrifying images. Once you're wrapped in emotion, you're more likely to respond immediately, perhaps buying a product or accepting a viewpoint. It's similar to an alarm blaring in your head, drowning out your usual reasoning. In a heated argument, you might say things you regret later. That's emotional hijacking at play. An easy analogy is driving a car. Normally, you steer calmly, but if a sudden obstacle appears, you might jerk the wheel without thinking. That reflex can be life-saving or reckless, depending on the situation. In persuasion, emotional hijacking often aims to short-circuit your analytical side so you'll do what the persuader wants, like donating on the spot or voting for a candidate without checking their record. To handle emotional hijacking, practice taking a brief pause. If a headline or video sparks a big reaction, wait a few seconds before acting. Ask yourself, am I making this choice because it's truly logical, or just because I'm upset? This little gap lets your cooler brain processes catch up. Also, it helps to question the source. Did they show me these extreme visuals to inform me or to manipulate me? Emotions can be constructive. Compassion and empathy often guide us to help others. But when you're overtaken by shock or rage, you risk missing key details. You might make decisions that solve nothing or even cause harm. Marketers count on that rush, especially in calls to action like "act now" or "time is running out." The trick isn't to shut off feelings, but to keep them in check so you can evaluate the bigger picture. Emotional hijacking is powerful because it involves a fundamental survival response. By recognizing when it's triggered, you hold on to your right to choose thoughtfully, blending heartfelt concern with measured decision-making. Strategic apologies. Some see an apology as a genuine admission of guilt and a promise to do better. In the realm of persuasion, strategic apologies can be more about image control than true remorse. The public figure might say, "I'm sorry if anyone was offended," subtly shifting blame onto those who felt hurt. Or they might offer a vague apology without specifying what went wrong. This approach soothes public outrage without addressing the real issue. Fans or followers might see the apology as a sign of humility, while critics notice it lacks substance. It's like placing a bandage over a cracked wall. The surface might look mended, but the underlying damage remains. Companies or politicians use this tactic to move past scandals quickly, hoping the public forgets once they apologize. An analogy is a child who says sorry just to avoid punishment, not because they understand or regret their actions. Strategic apologies serve a similar role. They aim to restore social standing or calm a controversy, but they're calculated. You'll often find phrases like, "We regret any inconvenience caused," instead of, "We acknowledge we were responsible and will fix it." To spot a strategic apology, notice if the person or group actually takes responsibility. Do they explain how they'll prevent the mistake again? Or do they just say, "Mistakes were made," a passive phrase that dodges ownership? Also, watch for the word "I've," saying, "I'm sorry if you felt upset," places the fault on your feelings, not their wrongdoing. When you receive an apology, it's okay to ask follow-up questions. What will change now? Is there a clear plan to address the damage? If those details are missing, the apology might be more about optics than genuine contrition. This doesn't mean you should reject all apologies. Some are sincere, but recognizing the difference helps you avoid being swayed by a hollow statement. In politics or marketing, an insincere apology can rebuild a leader's or brand's image swiftly because people often want to move on. By maintaining a critical ear, you encourage accountability. An apology should signal real growth or repair. If it's just words, you'll see through the veneer and understand the strategic play at hand. Tokenism. Suddenly, a big company announces one new hire from a minority group, celebrating themselves as champions of diversity. This is often tokenism, a superficial act that doesn't address deeper issues of inclusion or equality. The company might publicize that single individual loudly, hoping to look progressive while keeping the rest of its policies or team unchanged. On the surface, tokenism might seem like a step forward, but a closer look reveals it might be more about public image than real change. For example, a political party that never included women might place exactly one woman in a visible position, then proclaim, "We are fully committed to gender equality." Meanwhile, the rest of their leadership remains the same, and the woman finds herself isolated, with little actual support or influence. An analogy is placing a single colorful flower in a barren field and calling it a lush garden. Sure, the flower brightens the scene, but it doesn't fix the underlying emptiness. Tokenism can even hurt the token individual if they're treated as mere proof of the organization's progressiveness. They may face pressure to represent an entire community or feel used for appearances, rather than respected for their individual skills. From a propaganda angle, leaders or brands use tokenism to quell criticism. "We've got diversity," they say, hoping people won't notice the lack of real structural improvements. It becomes a shield against accusations of bias or exclusion, even when the underlying culture remains unchanged. Spotting tokenism involves asking if there's genuine commitment. Are there ongoing policies for inclusivity, or is it just one public display? Are multiple people from various backgrounds being integrated into meaningful roles? If not, you might be seeing tokenism. This doesn't mean any single hire or appointment is automatically fake. Sometimes real change starts small. But when the single addition is flaunted as proof of total transformation, it's wise to look deeper. Genuine diversity means creating an environment where different perspectives truly shape decisions. Tokenism, by contrast, is more like a public relations trick. Recognizing it pushes organizations to move beyond surface gestures and toward real openness. And that's far more rewarding for everyone involved. Hidden agendas in ads. Picture a flashy commercial featuring a charismatic chef praising a certain cooking pan. You might think it's just a simple endorsement, but there could be a hidden agenda in ads that goes beyond the product. Perhaps the company has ties to a larger corporation, or the chef is being paid to subtly push other brand messages, like where to shop or which diet trend to follow. Many ads appear straightforward. "Buy this drink, it tastes great." However, sometimes the real goal might be to shift public opinion on related topics. For instance, an oil company might launch ads highlighting its donation to environmental programs, hoping to distract from pollution concerns. By framing themselves as eco-friendly, they steer viewers to forget controversies. An analogy is a magician showing you one hand while the other sets up the real trick behind the scenes. The ad's primary message might be innocent, but the hidden motive could be shaping your attitude toward the brand or an entire industry. Think of a soda ad that doesn't just sell soda but also pushes the notion that daily sugary drinks are normal. Over time, that can influence health habits across society. Government or political groups sometimes use ads that look like public service announcements. They warn about certain dangers but conveniently direct you to support policies that benefit them. The real agenda, hidden behind safety messages, could be something else, like collecting personal data or swaying you to vote a certain way. To spot these hidden agendas, question the ad's deeper purpose. Who paid for it? And what do they gain if viewers adopt the mindset the ad promotes? If a company claims to be socially responsible, check if their actual track record supports that. Are they using emotional stories of charity to mask harmful business practices? Ads aren't inherently bad. Many genuinely inform us about useful products or good causes. But staying aware of possible hidden motives helps you maintain control over your own viewpoints. That way, you can enjoy fun commercials or compelling campaigns without being subtly guided to a conclusion you'd never agree with if you saw the entire picture. One-sided versus two-sided arguments. A politician goes on air boasting only about successes while ignoring legitimate criticisms. That's a classic one-sided argument. painting a perfect picture and skipping all downsides. Contrast this with someone who acknowledges a topic's good and bad sides, offering a two-sided argument that feels more balanced and trustworthy. The difference lies in whether we hear the full story or just the highlights. One-sided arguments can be persuasive when the audience is already friendly to the cause. They don't want to hear criticisms, so burying them might keep everyone comfortable. On the flip side, a two-sided argument is more likely to convince skeptics who appreciate honesty. For example, a car salesperson who mentions both the model's strong fuel efficiency and its limited trunk space seems more credible. You trust they're not hiding issues. Think of a dinner menu that only lists the tastiest dishes without any mention of ingredients or possible allergens. It might look appetizing, but if you have dietary restrictions, you need the whole picture. A balanced approach means mentioning both the tempting flavor and potential warnings. Politically, leaders might lean on one-sided arguments, trumpeting economic gains while saying nothing about rising debt. Or they could point out another party's flaws, ignoring their achievements. This approach shapes an audience's viewpoint by focusing only on supportive evidence. To recognize a one-sided argument, notice if the speaker acknowledges any opposing facts or concerns. Do they give reasons why the other side might be wrong, or do they merely pretend it doesn't exist? A two-sided argument often says, "Here's what critics say, and here's why I still believe my stance is correct." That doesn't mean both sides are equally valid, but it shows an effort to address other perspectives. When you hear a claim that feels too perfect or too dire, what might the other side of this issue be? Seeking out two-sided discussions broadens your understanding. It's not about endless debate, but finding a more genuine look at reality. In the end, a well-rounded argument tends to hold up better because it doesn't rely on ignoring uncomfortable truths. Projected motives. Sometimes, you catch someone accusing others of the very schemes they might be guilty of themselves. This phenomenon is known as projected motives, when a person or group projects their own intentions, desires, or faults onto someone else. A company with a hidden agenda might claim a rival is hiding something big. A politician who manipulates data might accuse an opponent of twisting the numbers. This trick works because it shifts attention away from the real culprit. If you're busy defending yourself from accusations, people might not notice the accuser is actually describing their own misconduct. It's akin to a thief shouting, "Stop, thief," in a crowd, causing confusion while they slip away. An analogy is a mirror in a haunted house that shows everyone's reflection distorted. The person hurling accusations sees only their reflection in others, assuming everyone else must be doing what they do. By painting opponents with these tinted motives, they stir distrust and force others to prove their innocence. In propaganda or persuasive narratives, projected motives can turn into a psychological weapon. A leader might insist all dissenters are corrupt, distracting from their own questionable actions. Or an organization might claim critics have a financial stake in discrediting them, hiding the fact that the organization itself is funded by special interests. Spotting this pattern involves checking whether the accuser provides real evidence. Are they backing their claims, or just making loud accusations? Also, notice if the accuser is known for the behavior they now condemn in others. It can help to look for independent sources or track records of who's done what. If you discover the accuser has a history of the very actions they decry, you might be dealing with a classic case of projection. Projecting motives isn't always intentional. Sometimes people genuinely believe others think as they do. But in political or marketing campaigns, it's often a conscious ploy to deflect blame. By recognizing the tactic, you can calmly examine the facts without getting caught in the emotional storm. Then, you're less likely to be fooled by someone else's reflection masking their own misdeeds. Celebrity endorsements. A famous actor appears in a commercial, praising a new shampoo. Instantly, fans rush to the store, drawn by the star's glowing review. This is the power of celebrity endorsements, using famous faces to boost a product, idea, or campaign. The logic is simple. If someone you admire loves it, maybe you will too. Advertisers bank on our emotional connection to celebrities. We watch their movies, follow their social media, and maybe even buy merchandise with their image. So, hearing them say, "This is the best coffee I've ever tasted," can feel like advice from a trusted friend. Yet, the endorsement might come from a paid contract rather than genuine enthusiasm. An analogy is seeing a bright sticker on a product that says, "Recommended by experts." If you trust the expert, you assume the recommendation is sincere. But if you discover the expert is heavily compensated or lacks actual knowledge in that field, you doubt the claim. Similarly, celebrities may have little background in the product's quality or safety. Their fame, not their expertise, is what companies purchase. Politicians also recruit celebrities to speak at rallies or appear in ads. Even without policy expertise, stars can sway public opinion by their sheer popularity. Audiences might overlook the detail that this celebrity isn't an authority on education or healthcare. They just love the star's music or films. To keep a clear head, ask, is this person qualified to judge this product or policy? It's fine if a chef endorses kitchen tools, as they might truly use them daily. But if a pop singer endorses complicated financial products, you might want to check other sources too. Also, be mindful if the celebrity has disclosed a sponsorship deal. Transparency laws sometimes require them to mention if they're being paid, though not always clearly. Celebrity endorsements can be fun and harmless, like a beloved athlete genuinely sharing a sports drink they use. But they can also be manipulative if the star is just a face for hire. Pausing to consider how much weight to give their opinion helps you separate actual value from star-studded hype. Emotional appeals to children. Some ads or messages aim straight at a younger audience, employing bright colors, fun characters, and catchy tunes. These emotional appeals to children tap into kids' curiosity and innocence, sometimes bypassing the critical thinking an adult might use. From sugary cereal commercials to toy promotions that make every kid's eyes light up, this approach can be powerful and tricky. A child sees a flashy ad showing an animated mascot dancing with happy kids, proclaiming, "You'll have the best day ever if you eat this cereal." The underlying message is that fun and friendship come with the product. Young minds, still learning to separate fantasy from reality, may believe the promise. Parents often face begging at the store, "I want that cereal." It makes kids super happy. An analogy is sprinkling glitter over a plain object to make it irresistible. Children are drawn to sparkle and color. Marketers know this and often ramp up the excitement with emotional cues. Catchy jingles or collectible tokens add to the allure. The child might not consider nutritional value or long-term costs, only the thrill of the ad's promise. Sometimes, even educational content can cross the line. A show might teach numbers or letters but also sneak in product endorsements. The playful environment lowers defenses, making kids more susceptible. Parents might struggle with how to handle these emotional hooks because children are strongly influenced by peers and what they see on TV or online. To deal with such tactics, grown-ups can discuss commercials with children, explaining how ads work and encouraging them to ask questions. Is this toy really going to make you as happy as the kid in the ad? Or are they acting? Helping kids develop media awareness empowers them to see the difference between genuine enjoyment and marketing tricks. Regulations exist in some places to limit direct advertising to kids, but these rules aren't universal or perfectly enforced. Staying mindful is key. Emotional appeals to children aren't always malicious. Sometimes they promote beneficial products or healthy habits. The main challenge is ensuring kids learn to think critically, balancing their excitement with a basic sense of reality. That way, They enjoy the fun side of ads without falling hook, line, and sinker for every pitch. Constructing morality plays. A dramatic advertisement shows a heroic figure standing up for justice, while a shady, sneering character represents the competition. This approach is called constructing morality plays, shaping a story with a clear hero and villain, much like an old-fashioned stage play, to guide the audience's loyalty or outrage. Humans love stories. We gravitate toward good versus evil narratives because they're emotionally engaging and easy to follow. Marketers, politicians, and activists harness this by casting their side as righteous defenders of truth, while opponents become the villainous force. The storyline is simple: cheer for the good guys, boo the bad guys. The complexity of real life gets lost in the neat fictional framework. Consider an analogy. Imagine a children's fairy tale with a noble knight and a wicked dragon. If you're told the knight stands for honesty and freedom, you root for him without questioning. In real-world morality plays, the hero's side might hide flaws, while the supposed villain might have valid points. Yet these gray areas vanish under the bright spotlight of heroic or villainous labels. Politicians might describe a policy debate as a struggle between righteous patriots and heartless elites, ignoring any legitimate concerns. Or an environmental campaign could depict oil companies as pure evil, skipping over the complex reasons society relies on fossil fuels. This black and white portrayal fires people up but leaves little room for nuance or middle ground. Spotting a morality play means noting how oversimplified the conflict is. Do both sides truly have zero redeeming qualities? Or is that just the narrative? Ask if real data or multiple perspectives are included. If everything is cast in extremes, it's likely a staged story designed to evoke strong feelings. This isn't to say moral stories have no place. They can highlight genuine injustice and inspire people to act. But when a message lacks depth or deliberately sidesteps complexity, it might be pushing you to pick a hero or villain without critical thought. Recognizing constructed morality plays helps you see the bigger picture. You can still care about causes and stand against wrongdoings, but with a more informed, balanced understanding of the issues at hand. Distorting statistics. Suddenly, a flashy headline claims a product doubles your chance of winning. Without context, that statistic sounds huge. Yet, it might be twisted or incomplete. Maybe your chance went from 1% to 2%. Statistically true, but less impressive than the ad implies. This is distorting statistics, using numbers in a misleading way to drive a specific impression. Some distortions are simple, like cherry-picking a single statistic that supports an argument while ignoring contradicting data. Others are sneakier, like manipulating graphs, changing the scale to make a rise or drop look larger than it is. For example, a chart might begin at 90 instead of 0, making a small difference appear enormous. Think of it like taking a photo from a strange angle. A tall building could look tiny if shot from far above. Statistics can also appear misleading if presented without the bigger picture. A politician might claim unemployment dropped by 50%, but what if it went from 2% to 1% and only in one small region? Distorted stats often skip mentioning sample sizes. Saying 90% of people love this service doesn't reveal if that's 9 out of 10 total users or 900 out of 1,000. Another trick is mixing correlation with causation. People who drink coffee earn more money might ignore that those people also have other factors boosting their earnings. The coffee is likely not the direct cause. To spot distortions, check the source and context. Was it a credible study or a biased group? Are they showing the raw data or just a fancy percentage? If you see a chart, look at the axes. Are they scaled fairly? Seek more details. Maybe read the original report or compare it with another reliable source. Numbers can be persuasive. We trust data because it feels concrete. Yet, Data can be shaped or framed to lead us astray if we're not attentive. When you see a bold statistic, pause and ask, does this make sense? What's the baseline? Understanding the difference between real insights and stretched figures keeps you from falling for eye-catching but hollow claims. In a world flooded with stats, a touch of skepticism helps ensure you get the true story behind the numbers. Incremental desensitization. Sometimes, an extreme idea sounds shocking at first, but over time, smaller steps creep toward it. That's incremental desensitization, slowly nudging boundaries so what once seemed outrageous becomes normal. Each small shift might spark mild concern, but it feels like no big deal compared to a huge leap. Think of raising the volume on a radio one notch at a time. You may not notice it's getting louder, but after several increments, you're blasting music. This is often how certain policies or social norms shift. A government might introduce minor rules that slightly restrict freedom, then add more as people adapt. Over time, residents barely remember the original level of liberty. In marketing or propaganda, a group might test the waters with a moderate proposal, letting the public get used to the idea. They propose something bigger. People who accepted the moderate change feel uneasy rejecting the new step, having already moved off their old position. It's easier to keep going than to admit you might regret earlier shifts. An analogy is forging a path through a forest. Each small clearing leads you further in, so returning to the open field gets harder. By the time you realize how deep you've gone, you might have lost sight of where you started. Incremental desensitization often relies on people's tendency to accept minor changes, especially if they're packaged as logical or for the greater good. To avoid being nudged too far, keep track of the cumulative effect of changes. If we adopt this step, does it set the stage for more drastic ones later? Or, how does today's decision compare to what we originally believed was acceptable? That doesn't mean you must reject every new proposal, but awareness helps you see if a bigger agenda is being rolled out piece by piece. Desensitization isn't always a trick. Societies can grow more tolerant or progressive through gradual progress, but it can also lead to complacency when negative shifts happen slowly. By staying alert to incremental changes, you preserve the ability to evaluate each new step on its own merit. That way, you're not lulled into accepting something you'd never have agreed to if presented all at once. Ambiguity and vagueness. A politician promises substantial improvements in public welfare. That sounds great, but what does substantial really mean? This is ambiguity and vagueness at work, words or phrases that feel important yet give no clear details. People hear them, fill in their own assumptions, and assume the speaker shares their vision. Think of a company claiming their new smartphone is revolutionary. The term suggests a major leap forward, but maybe it just has a slightly faster processor. If pressed, they might say, revolutionary in design, but still not specify the actual improvements. This lack of clarity can be intentional, letting the audience imagine features that may not exist. An analogy is painting a foggy landscape, where shapes are hazy and you can guess they're mountains or trees. People see what they want in the mist. In persuasion or propaganda, leaders might say, "We stand for strong values." The phrase "strong values" is so broad that supporters from various backgrounds believe their own values align. When language gets vague, it sidesteps direct challenges. For instance, if a policy is said to enhance public security, critics struggle to find specifics to debate. The speaker can claim critics are against public security, an unfair charge, but it's easier to make when the promise isn't defined clearly. To handle ambiguity, press for details. If a statement says, "This plan will boost local business," ask, "How exactly? By lowering taxes, offering grants, or something else?" Specifics force clarity. If the speaker can't or won't elaborate, it could mean the promise is hollow. Or it might be deliberate vagueness so they can shift positions later without appearing to break a promise. Not all vagueness is deceitful. Sometimes people truly lack all details yet want to signal an intention. However, in persuasive contexts, excessive fuzziness can be a red flag. By seeking clarity, you protect yourself from overly broad claims that sound wonderful but lack real substance. Ultimately, ambiguity allows persuaders to unite diverse supporters under one phrase while avoiding tough questions. If you value genuine understanding, don't be afraid to say, "Tell me more about what that means in practical terms." That nudge for specifics often reveals whether there's real depth behind the words or just an inviting swirl of fog. Spin versus lie. A spokesman might claim, "We didn't lose money last quarter. We simply had a temporary dip in revenue." Is that a lie? Not necessarily, but it's a prime example of spin, a softer, more favorable presentation of facts. Spinning the truth means choosing words or angles that make unpleasant realities look less negative, without outright lying. The lie, on the other hand, is a clear falsehood, like stating, "We made a huge profit," when the company clearly did not. Spin can be subtle. A politician might say, "We achieved partial success," when in fact they barely moved the needle. Or a company may describe massive layoffs as a strategic reallocation of resources. By using polished language, they sidestep panic or backlash. An analogy is a rotating mirror reflecting light, changing the angle so you see a more flattering perspective. Lying would mean shining a fake light that isn't there. Spin still uses real beams, but angles them to hide unsightly truths. People in public relations or politics often spin news to maintain a positive image while dancing around uncomfortable facts. To spot spin, look for the gap between plain reality and how it's described. Are they dodging precise numbers, employing vague terms, or focusing on a minor positive amid a sea of negatives? Lies are typically easier to identify if the facts directly contradict the statement. Spin is trickier because the statement isn't false, but it may mislead by emphasis or omission. Some argue that spin is a gentler form of misinformation. Others see it as a necessary tool in a competitive world where raw honesty might harm morale or stock prices. Either way, it's wise to approach these statements with a question: what are they not saying? Or, does this phrasing obscure a bigger issue? Keep in mind that spin is rampant in daily life. From ads highlighting only a product's best features to personal relationships where someone says, "I'm focusing on self-growth right now," instead of "I lost my job." Recognizing spin versus lie helps you remain grounded in reality. By pressing for straightforward facts, you'll see if they're simply adjusting the spotlight or truly hiding in the dark. Artificial consensus. Imagine scrolling through comments on a post and seeing dozens of users agreeing on the same positive or negative view. You might think, "Wow, everyone feels this way." Yet, some of those comments could be bots or paid accounts creating an artificial consensus. This tactic inflates perceived support so genuine readers assume the sentiment is widespread and jump on board. A brand might deploy fake reviewers gushing about their product, making it appear highly favored. Political groups might hire AstroTurf campaigns, fabricated grassroots efforts, where paid individuals pose as regular citizens championing a cause. When real people see the surge of agreement, they often set aside personal doubts, thinking, "I must be the odd one out." An analogy is a staged audience at a show. When the applause signs flash, paid clappers cheer loudly, encouraging genuine attendees to follow suit. Likewise, in online spaces, these artificial voices can sway public perception quickly. Folks who might have questions or contrary experiences might stay silent, assuming they're alone in their doubts. Spotting artificial consensus calls for a bit of digital detective work. Check user profiles. Are they newly created, with generic names or repeated phrases? Do they comment only on one topic, always praising or slamming the same product or viewpoint? If many suspicious accounts spout identical phrases, that's a clue. This doesn't mean all agreement is fake. Genuine enthusiasm can bloom around popular ideas. But when you suspect an echo chamber was engineered, look for balanced discussions elsewhere. Is independent media covering the same story with a different angle? Are there known real users who share constructive criticism? The impact of artificial consensus can be strong, pushing public opinion or product sales. People might not want to be the lone voice of dissent if they believe a crowd stands on the other side. By realizing some of that crowd might be manufactured, you remain confident in forming your own opinion. You also encourage more authentic dialogue, letting real voices shine through. Ultimately, artificial consensus distorts reality to create momentum. Awareness is the best shield. When you see what might be a wave of identical comments or suspiciously unanimous 5-star reviews, trust your instincts, dig deeper, and value genuine human discussion over robotic chatter. Appeal to tradition. A slogan boldly states, "We've always done it this way, so it must be right." That's the crux of appeal to tradition, defending a practice or belief simply because it's old or historically established. While traditions can carry cultural value or hard-earned wisdom, they can also become stubborn obstacles to change or progress. People who rely on this argument might say, "Our ancestors used this remedy for centuries," implying it's automatically effective. But does that stand up to modern research? Maybe yes, maybe no. Merely being old doesn't guarantee something's best. An analogy is using a rickety wooden ladder just because your grandparents did. Times evolve, and newer tools might be safer or more efficient. In persuasion or propaganda, this appeal can strengthen group identity. Communities feel pride in their heritage, so challenging traditions can feel like attacking their roots. Politicians might declare, "Our nation was founded on these values," sidestepping the question of whether those values still serve everyone well. People fear losing tradition or disrespecting their ancestors, making them hesitant to question the status quo. So, tradition isn't worthless. Many cultural customs preserve valuable knowledge. For instance, certain traditional diets are quite healthy. The problem arises when tradition is used as a blank check for correctness. People might ignore contradictory evidence, cling to outdated methods, or resist improvement because it's always been this way. To weigh an appeal to tradition, is there proven benefit here, or is it just habit? Sometimes traditions endure because they work. Other times they persist simply because no one dared to ask if there's a better option. Checking facts, listening to new ideas, and blending them with time-honored practices can strike a healthy balance. Adopting this perspective keeps you open-minded. You respect tradition without letting it stifle progress. Rather than shutting down debates with, "We've always done it this way," you can explore whether the past truly serves the present. After all, true respect for heritage can also mean evolving thoughtfully, ensuring cherished traditions remain relevant and beneficial, rather than clung to for their own sake. Appeal to novelty. Shiny and new often seems automatically better. That's the gist of the appeal to novelty, assuming something is superior simply because it's modern or recently introduced. Advertisers play on our fascination with the latest gadget or trend, suggesting older versions are outdated even if they still work fine. Tech companies might say, "This new phone is revolutionary," urging you to replace last year's model. In reality, the differences could be minor. An analogy is a child excited by a new toy even though the old one is still fun. The novelty spark can override our rational side, leading us to assume fresh equals improved. Appeal to novelty also surfaces in politics or social ideas. A candidate might claim their platform is the future, so everyone else's plans are stuck in the past. Or a self-help guru might insist their groundbreaking method is far beyond any older approach. They rely on the assumption that progress is always linear. What's new must be an upgrade. That's not to say we should resist change. Innovations can indeed be breakthroughs. But blindly worshipping the newest thing ignores that sometimes the old way can be just as good or better. Consider a new building material that's super light but untested for durability, or a cutting-edge teaching method with no proven long-term success. The fresh factor may be alluring, yet the results might not match the hype. To spot this bias, look at what actual benefits the new claim offers. Are there proven improvements? Or is it just rebranding? Ask if the novelty addresses real problems or simply dresses up the same old content. Compare it to older or competing options. Maybe the new version truly is an improvement, but sometimes it's just flash. Embracing novelty wisely means not rushing after every shiny release. Evaluate if it genuinely serves your needs better than what you already have. Don't let the hype overshadow important questions like reliability, practicality, or cost. Balance curiosity about the latest trends with a level head. After all, some old solutions remain classics for good reason, and some new ideas indeed pave the way forward. Understanding the difference keeps you from being swept away by anything with a new and improved label slapped on it. Prestige jargon. Suddenly, a speaker uses complex, high-level terms like synergistic leveraging of holistic paradigms, and everyone nods, pretending to understand. That's prestige jargon, inflating language with fancy words to sound more authoritative or impressive. While some fields have legitimate technical terms, this tactic can also bury simple ideas under thick verbal layers. Marketing campaigns use jargon to build mystique. A skincare product might claim bioadvanced transdermal infusion instead of skin absorption. Politicians might talk about comprehensive fiscal frameworks instead of budget plans. The effect? Listeners often assume the speaker is highly knowledgeable, though the message might not be much different from ordinary speech. An analogy is wrapping a small present in elaborate, many-layered wrapping paper. It looks grand, but once you peel it away, the gift is still tiny. Some folks deliberately wrap ideas in complicated language to appear smarter or to hide uncertainties. If no one challenges them, they maintain an aura of prestige. Prestige jargon can be a gatekeeping tool, too. It excludes outsiders who don't speak the specialized lingo, keeping the conversation among an in-group. That can happen in academia, government, or corporate environments. If you can't decode the phrases, you might shy away from asking questions, fearing you'll look ignorant. To handle prestige jargon, break it down. Ask for plain English explanations. Can you clarify what that means in simpler terms? If the speaker truly knows their stuff, they'll likely be able to do so. If they dance around your request or get defensive, you might suspect the jargon is more smoke than substance. Another strategy is to paraphrase. So, you mean we'll just cut unnecessary spending, right? This helps confirm if the grand phrase matches a straightforward idea. We're not saying all technical language is bad. In certain fields, like medicine, law, or science, specialized terms help professionals be precise. The key is context. If it's a public-facing message, purposeful overcomplication could be an attempt to awe or confuse. Remaining curious and unafraid to seek clarity is how you preserve genuine understanding. So, the next time you hear a stream of buzzwords, trust your instinct, ask questions, and see if those fancy phrases actually hold valuable insights, or if they're just sophisticated fluff. Behavioral nudges. You enter a cafeteria, and the fruit is placed at eye level, while sugary snacks sit in a less noticeable corner. Before you know it, you're picking the apple. This subtle influence is a behavioral nudge, a gentle push guiding you toward a certain choice without outright demanding it. Governments and businesses often use nudges to shape our actions. like automatically enrolling employees in retirement plans unless they opt out. People tend to stay enrolled because doing nothing is easier than opting out. An analogy is a slight slope in a walkway that nudges rainwater in a particular direction. The water just follows the path of least resistance. Similarly, we often follow the path that's most convenient. By positioning healthier food more prominently, the cafeteria doesn't ban junk food. It just makes the healthy choice simpler. Or a website might place a recommended service tier in a bright, highlighted box, nudging you to pick it over cheaper or more expensive options. Behavioral nudges rely on our cognitive laziness. We like to do what's easiest. This can be beneficial, like encouraging better eating habits or saving for the future. But it can also steer us toward decisions we haven't truly examined. A sales platform might nudge you to buy extra warranty coverage by making the "Yes, I want protection" button more prominent than the "No, thanks" button. The default design shapes your behavior, even if it's not best for you. To keep autonomy, notice when a choice feels frictionless. Ask yourself, am I choosing this because it's actually right for me, or because it's simply the default path? If you realize you're just being nudged, consider the alternatives. Sometimes the easiest option is indeed good, but you shouldn't let convenience be the only factor. Investigate the other paths, even if they require an extra click or an additional step. Nudges aren't inherently bad. They can gently guide us toward beneficial habits. But staying aware helps ensure you're in control of your own choices, not just floating along with the current someone else has set. The key is finding a balance between letting nudges simplify your life and maintaining your right to decide what's truly best for you. Hate speech and vilification. Picture a crowd chanting cruel slurs at a particular group, painting them as less than human. That's hate speech and vilification, language that deliberately attacks people based on race, religion, gender, or other traits. Propagandists often rely on these tactics to stir fear or anger against an outgroup, making it easier to justify harsh measures or discrimination. An analogy is labeling a box hazardous, even if it's perfectly safe. Once that label sticks, people avoid or mistreat whatever's inside. Similarly, hateful rhetoric slaps a demeaning label on a group, encouraging others to see them as dangerous or inferior. Leaders who want to unify their followers sometimes point to a scapegoat, saying, "They are the reason for our problems." This scapegoating fosters a false sense of solidarity within the Ingroup, built on hostility toward the target. Hate speech isn't just nasty words. It can escalate into violence or policies that erode basic rights. History shows how repeated vilification can lead to atrocities. As populations slowly accept the idea that a group deserves punishment, even milder forms, like casual jokes or stereotypes, can lay the groundwork for deeper prejudice over time. Defending against hate speech starts with recognizing it. Ask if the language denies someone's humanity or lumps individuals together in a harmful stereotype. Are they using insulting names, urging violence, or portraying a whole group as criminals or parasites? If yes, that's more than a heated opinion, it's vilification. Challenging such talk can be risky, but silence can allow it to spread unchecked. Societies often have laws or guidelines restricting hate speech, though balancing free expression with protection from harm can be delicate. On a personal level, refusing to participate or share hateful content and standing up for targeted people helps break the cycle. Responding with empathy and facts can counter the poison of hatred, though it may require courage and patience. Hate speech taps into deep emotional triggers, feeding on fear and ignorance. By calling it out, offering alternative narratives, and choosing not to amplify hateful messages, individuals help build an environment where diversity and respect overshadow vilification. Resonance and reverb. A powerful speaker repeats a simple catchphrase over a microphone, each echo blending into the next. the entire room hums with the phrase. That's resonance and reverb in persuasion, using repetition, rhythm, or sounds that echo to create an immersive atmosphere. In propaganda, these techniques reinforce unity or intensity, pulling listeners into a collective mood. Imagine a drum circle at a rally. The rhythmic pounding syncs everyone's heartbeat, stirring excitement or even a trance-like focus. Politicians might employ a repeating chant, "Yes, we can," or "Build that wall," to unify crowds. The echoes of these slogans, repeated on social media and news outlets, form a reverb that amplifies their impact far beyond the rally itself. An analogy is dropping a stone into water. The ripples spread outward, reflecting back from the edges, overlapping and intensifying in spots. Similarly, a catchy phrase or chorus resonates with people's emotions and keeps bouncing around in their minds. Even if the original content is simple, the repetition can cement it as a rallying cry or belief. To identify resonance and reverb, notice if a phrase or beat is repeated often. Does it get stuck in your head? Is it shaping your emotions or leading you to feel part of a group? There's no law against a good slogan or a unifying chant, but sometimes repeated phrases can skip past critical thinking, prompting blind enthusiasm. It's fine to enjoy the energy but remain aware of what's being said. This technique often works because humans love patterns and rhythms. They feel comforting, memorable, and even thrilling. Advertisers use jingles for a similar reason. Once you've got the tune in your head, you associate it with their product. If you find yourself swept up by a resonant chant, ask, what do I really agree with here? Do I understand the nuances? Or am I just caught in the wave? By stepping back briefly, you can keep your individual perspective intact. Resonance and reverb can bring people together for positive causes, but they can also create echo chambers that drown out complexity. Balancing the unifying power of a chorus with a dash of independent thinking keeps you from getting lost in the vibration. Selective outrage. One scandal dominates headlines, causing public fury, while a similar or even more severe issue is barely mentioned. This phenomenon is often called selective outrage, when people or the media fixate on one event or wrongdoing while ignoring others that deserve attention. 2. The outrage may be real, but it's channeled toward a specific target or incident, sometimes for strategic reasons. Think of it like a flashlight beam in a dark room. Wherever the beam points gets all the scrutiny, while everything else remains in shadow. Politicians or advocacy groups might highlight an issue that benefits their cause, fueling anger against opponents, but remain silent when allies commit similar acts. Some news channels might fan outrage over small controversies if it boosts ratings, ignoring more significant matters that lack sensational value. An analogy is a teacher who punishes one student harshly for whispering, yet ignores another student who's shouting. The inconsistency might reflect favoritism, prejudice, or a desire to send a particular message. In the realm of propaganda, selective outrage can manipulate public perception, making one side appear far worse or more corrupt than the other. To spot this tactic, ask, are there similar cases not getting coverage? Is the reaction disproportionate compared to related incidents? If you see a big fuss about a minor slip-up while bigger scandals remain buried, you might be witnessing selective outrage. Also, notice if certain people who were outraged in one instance suddenly become defensive or silent when their own side does something similar. This doesn't mean the highlighted problem isn't real. It might be genuinely wrong. But ignoring comparable issues suggests the outrage is more about scoring points or shaping a narrative. Sometimes, genuine activists face frustration because the public only pays attention when a story hits certain hot-button triggers. Balanced concern means acknowledging wrongdoing wherever it appears and keeping the bigger picture in view. By not letting your emotions be steered solely toward one spotlighted case, You maintain the capacity to judge fairly and consistently. Selective outrage thrives on our limited attention. Awareness of this trick helps you distribute your concern more evenly, ensuring you don't get played by those who only want you angry in one direction. Bait and switch. A store advertises a flashy discount on a popular gadget. You hurry in, only to hear, "Oh, that item's sold out, but we have this other higher-priced model available." That's the classic bait and switch. Lure people with an appealing offer, then replace it with something else once they're hooked. In persuasion, it's not always about products. Politicians or media can do it with promises and then deliver something different. An analogy is a fisherman using a shiny lure to catch a fish, then reeling it into a net that was never mentioned. The fish is tricked, expecting a meal, but ends up trapped. Consumers or audiences feel the same shock when the original bait disappears, replaced by a less appealing or more costly alternative. In politics, a candidate might campaign on grand promises, lower taxes for everyone. But after winning, they pivot to increasing certain taxes, claiming it's necessary. The public who supported them for the original promise can feel betrayed. Similarly, a news story might tease a big revelation, only for the actual article to discuss something tangential. You've already clicked, so they benefit from your attention anyway. To handle bait and switch, keep an eye on the follow-through. Did you get what was initially advertised? If not, are you offered a valid explanation? In retail, some places do rain checks if the product sells out, which can show honest intent. If they push you toward something more expensive or unmentioned, that's suspicious. It's also useful to check reviews or feedback from others who've dealt with the same brand or public figure. If many people report similar experiences, you might be seeing a pattern of luring with flashy deals or promises, then switching once you're emotionally invested. Another tip is to resist immediate decisions. Step back and see if you can still get that original item or promise in writing before committing. Bait and switch thrives on impatience and desire. When you want something badly, you might accept a substitute rather than leave empty-handed. By staying cautious and verifying the final offer matches what drew you in, you protect yourself from manipulative tactics and keep your trust for those who genuinely deliver on their word. Distraction techniques. A magician waves a handkerchief in one hand, while the other hand slips a card into a pocket unseen. In persuasion and propaganda, distraction techniques work the same way, focusing your attention on a shiny, dramatic story so you miss important details or a bigger issue unfolding quietly elsewhere. Politicians often employ distraction when there's a scandal brewing. They might announce a sudden policy change or pick a fight with an opponent to draw headlines away from bad press. Similarly, a corporation might release a feel-good charity campaign during a product recall, hoping people will talk about the campaign instead of the product flaws. Think of it like setting off fireworks next to a shady deal. Everyone turns to watch the colorful display, forgetting to ask about the suspicious figures exchanging briefcases in the shadows. Human attention is limited. We can only focus on so many things at once, so whoever controls the spotlight can manipulate what we notice. Media outlets can contribute to distraction if they chase sensational stories instead of investigative reporting. Breaking news about a celebrity scandal can overshadow deeper, more complex matters like economic policy or environmental crises. The public conversation shifts to gossip instead of substance. To see through distraction, pay attention to timing. Why are they highlighting this topic now? Is there something bigger happening in the background? Check if the overshadowed issue might be crucial but less entertaining. Another approach is to follow reputable journalists or analysts who dig into underreported stories. If you notice abrupt shifts in coverage or dramatic hype over a minor event, you might suspect a deliberate misdirection. Of course, not every big story is a trick. Some events genuinely deserve extensive coverage. But when you sense a frantic wave of excitement or outrage about something that feels unimportant, it's worth looking for bigger news behind the scenes. By keeping your eyes open for hidden motives, you ensure the magician's left hand doesn't get away with mischief while the right hand dazzles you with illusions. Distraction techniques thrive on our short attention spans and love of spectacle. With awareness, you can enjoy the show but still notice what's really going on backstage. Time pressure and urgency. Hurry, this offer ends at midnight, or only 5 seats left, act now. These messages stir a sense of panic, causing us to make quick decisions. Such time pressure and urgency tactics are common in advertising, political campaigns, and online fundraisers. By compressing the decision window, persuaders hope we won't have time to think critically. An analogy is a ticking clock in an escape room. Under pressure, we might overlook obvious clues. The fear of running out of time can cloud judgment, making us reach for solutions we wouldn't choose if we felt calm. Marketers know that if they prolong the sales process, potential customers might compare prices or read reviews. So they push urgency, sale ends tonight, creating the illusion that we'll miss out on something great if we pause to reflect. Political figures or groups may also declare a crisis is immediate, demanding swift action. While emergencies can be real, some exploit the sense of urgency to pass controversial laws or win support for questionable measures. People worried about a looming threat are more likely to surrender personal freedoms or skip thorough analysis. To handle time pressure, step back mentally if you can't physically. Even a short break, like taking a deep breath or walking away from the screen, can clear your head. Is this deadline real, or just a tactic? Often, you'll see the ending soon banner reappear every week. Another tip is to set your own research routine. You can look for alternative offers, competitor products, or counterarguments. If it's a genuine once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the facts should stand up to scrutiny. If it's hype, you'll quickly see holes in the urgency claim. No one wants to miss a real opportunity or ignore a true emergency. But it's precisely because we fear missing out that urgent messaging works so well. Balancing caution with occasional quick decisions can be tricky. The key is staying aware that urgency is often a strategic push, not just a friendly heads-up. By applying a dose of skepticism and giving yourself permission to double-check, you keep your decision-making power intact, instead of handing it over to a ticking countdown on someone else's agenda. The common enemy tactic. A leader steps onto the stage and declares, they are the real threat to our way of life. Everyone rallies together, united against an external or internal foe. This is the common enemy tactic, shaping unity by pointing to a shared adversary. When people feel attacked, they often set aside differences, focusing on fighting that enemy instead. Throughout history, rulers and politicians have used this approach to unify citizens. Identifying an outside invader or a group painted as dangerous can distract from domestic problems. An analogy is a sports team that underperforms until they face a rival. The rivalry ignites their passion, uniting them in a common cause, overshadowing internal conflicts. In propaganda, the enemy might be vague, outsiders, immigrants, elites, or a specific ideology. By labeling them as the source of all woes, leaders deflect blame from their own shortcomings. People who might criticize the government are urged to join the fight against this alleged threat. Doing otherwise suggests disloyalty, while uniting against a genuine danger can be valid, like resisting a real invasion or tackling a natural disaster. Issues arise when the enemy is exaggerated, fabricated, or used primarily to stoke fear. The tactic manipulates emotions, fueling anger or fear that can overshadow rational discourse. It can also lead to scapegoating innocent groups, breeding hatred or xenophobia. To spot this tactic, look for repeated references to a villain who's supposedly responsible for every problem. Is there solid evidence of this threat, or just heated rhetoric? Check if discussions about internal issues vanish as the focus shifts to that enemy. Also, question whether efforts are made to understand or negotiate with this enemy, or if they're always cast as pure evil. Dividing the world into us versus them can rally supporters fast, but it can also sow deep divisions and justify extreme policies. Cultivating awareness helps you remain calm amid the alarmist calls. Sometimes, a crisis is real and needs collective action. Other times, fear is drummed up to gain control or distract from internal failings. Recognizing when an enemy is constructed keeps you from lining up behind a cause that might do more harm than good. All in the name of unity. Overgeneralization. All teenagers are reckless drivers. Or every politician is corrupt. These sweeping statements reflect overgeneralization, taking a characteristic of some individuals or situations and applying it to an entire group or scenario. While it may sound dramatic, it often leads to unfair stereotypes and narrow thinking. An analogy is seeing a single blackbird in the sky and concluding, all birds must be black. One example or small cluster of examples isn't enough to define the entire population. Yet in persuasion or propaganda, overgeneralization can simplify complex issues into digestible soundbites, easy to remember but not necessarily accurate. Marketers might claim, everyone loves our brand, ignoring those who don't. Politicians might say, all my opponents hate our country, twisting dissent into disloyalty. Media headlines often feed this by presenting extremes. Millennials are killing the housing market, or Generation Z never reads books. These broad-brush claims can spark emotional reactions without nuanced understanding. The danger is that once we accept an overgeneralization, it's tough to see exceptions or shades of gray. If you believe all professors are elitist, you might miss genuine connections with those who aren't. This stance can breed prejudice, hamper dialogue, and block progress, since real solutions usually require appreciating diversity within groups or situations. To handle overgeneralizations, notice trigger words like always, never, or everyone. Is that truly the case for every single individual? Could there be exceptions? Even if many examples support a claim, it's worth exploring context. For instance, if a study shows most teenagers text while driving, we can still acknowledge plenty who drive responsibly. Seeking multiple perspectives and sources helps. Maybe read personal stories or interviews that break the mold. Also, if you catch yourself making a sweeping statement, pause to consider alternatives like some, many, or often. This small language shift promotes accuracy and open-mindedness. Overgeneralization often comes from a desire to make sense of complexity. We simplify the world into neat categories, but by doing so, we risk losing sight of its richness. Breaking free from rigid labels encourages more balanced views and fosters empathy toward individuals who don't fit a tidy general rule. Reinforcement in echo chambers. You open your favorite social media app, and nearly every post echoes your personal beliefs. As you engage, the algorithm keeps feeding you more of the same. This cycle of reinforcement in echo chambers heightens your sense of certainty because everyone around you seems to agree. Any differing voices either remain silent or get pushed out by the platform's recommendations. An analogy is living in a house where every window is painted with the same landscape. You never realize there's a different view outside because the environment keeps showing you only one picture. People naturally enjoy agreement. It feels good to be validated. But when it becomes the only input, your perspective can shrink, and your willingness to consider alternatives fades. Echo chambers can grow powerful in politics, where supporters of a particular candidate or ideology only see their own side's talking points. They reinforce each other's beliefs, intensifying their stance. Dissenters might get attacked or unfriended, disappearing from the conversation. Over time, each group's worldview drifts further apart, leading to a polarized society with little room for compromise. To detect if you're in an echo chamber, watch for repetition. Are you encountering new or challenging ideas, or just the same messages repeated by different people? Seek out alternative viewpoints intentionally. Maybe follow a thoughtful account from the other side, or read a news outlet you normally avoid. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, just that you stay open to understanding. Algorithms feed echo chambers by noticing what you click or comment on, then serving you similar content. You can break the cycle by occasionally clicking on different topics or turning off certain personalization features if possible. Also, reading long-form articles instead of bite-sized posts can deepen your understanding. Beyond the quick hits of agreement or outrage, reinforcement in echo chambers can be comforting, like a warm blanket around your beliefs. But too much comfort might shield you from reality's complexities and hamper real dialogue with people who disagree. Balance is key. By deliberately exposing yourself to fresh perspectives, you remain rooted in a broader sense of truth, rather than letting an algorithm or a narrow circle define your world. Filters and edits. A viral video shows a person making shocking statements, but you later learn the clip was heavily edited, removing context or splicing lines together. This is the realm of filters and edits, where content is manipulated to alter or exaggerate its meaning. By skillful cutting, or rearranging, media creators can transform an ordinary event into something dramatic or misleading. A simple analogy is a photo filter on social media. It enhances certain colors, dims others, and can drastically change the mood. Similarly, editing can spotlight one angle while hiding crucial details that might neutralize the drama. News programs might cut interviews to highlight heated moments, ignoring calm explanations that would reduce sensationalism. Political campaigns use this tactic in attack ads, selecting the worst possible photos or half-sentences from an opponent's speech. Even seemingly candid caught-on-camera recordings could be pieced together to shape a narrative. Audiences often lack the time or tools to find the original footage, so they accept the edited version as truth. To guard against manipulated edits, seek the full context. If a clip feels suspiciously one-sided, try finding the entire speech, interview, or event. Watch or read it in a more complete form. If available, look for signals in the editing style. Do the cuts look abrupt? Are the background noises inconsistent? Is the order of statements logical or jumping around? Also be aware of deepfake technology, where audio and video can be digitally altered to make someone appear to say or do things they never did. While sophisticated deepfakes are rarer, simpler manipulations happen every day. Fact-checking sites or reputable news sources sometimes step in to clarify if a viral clip is misleading. Taking a moment to verify can save you from forming strong opinions based on orchestrated illusions. Filters and edits can be benign, like editing out boring sections to keep a piece lively. But they become propaganda tools when used to deceive or provoke. Staying mindful means not rushing to judgment over a short, dramatic snippet. You can still enjoy edited content, but with an eye out for how it might distort the bigger picture. Being curious about the unfiltered reality keeps you from being swayed by a cleverly carved slice of the truth. Black and white thinking. Everything he says is wrong, or she's entirely perfect. Such statements reveal black and white thinking, the tendency to see issues, people, or situations as all good or all bad, with no gray areas. While it simplifies our mental processing, it also oversimplifies reality, which is rarely so polarized. Think of a piano keyboard. If you only see black and white keys, ignoring all the sharps and flats, you miss the richness of music. Similarly, black and white thinking robs us of nuance. Politically, one might label an entire ideology as evil, ignoring segments that might align with their own values. In relationships, black and white thinking turns small flaws into huge betrayals or small acts of kindness into proof of saintliness. Propagandists love this approach because it's easy to rally people against a demonized opponent or behind a flawless hero. Extreme labels, traitors, patriots, pure, corrupt, trap audiences into emotional responses, leaving no room for discussion about specifics. Meanwhile, marketing campaigns might depict a rival brand as entirely inferior, although real comparisons might show each brand has pros and cons. To break black and white thinking, look for complexity in every claim. If someone says a politician never does anything right, is there truly not a single policy or action that was beneficial? Or if a product is praised as perfect, consider possible downsides, like cost or environmental impact. This doesn't mean you can't hold strong opinions, just that you recognize almost nothing is 100% one way or the other. An early warning sign is using extreme words like always, never, or impossible. Challenge these with examples or questions. Also, remember that people or groups can improve over time or make mistakes despite good track records. Life's storylines often carry multiple layers. While black and white thinking can feel satisfying, clear enemies, clear heroes, it blinds us to the shades in between. Embracing nuance can help us find common ground, solve problems more effectively, and remain open to evolving our views. Instead of playing the piano with just 2 keys, we can appreciate the entire keyboard of possibilities, creating a richer and more accurate understanding of the world. Overemphasis on anecdotes. I heard a story about someone who tried that diet and lost 50 pounds overnight. Or, my cousin's friend claims this medicine cured her instantly. These vivid tales can overshadow hard data, leading to an overemphasis on anecdotes. Because personal stories strike emotional chords, people often find them more convincing than statistics, even when the bigger picture contradicts those isolated experiences. An analogy is believing a single bright star is the sun. The anecdote stands out in the darkness, so we fixate on it without noticing countless other stars or the real sun beyond our viewpoint. Advertisers exploit this by showcasing dramatic testimonials instead of consistent results across a large sample. Politicians might highlight a rare success story to claim a policy works for everyone, or a single extreme failure to condemn an entire approach. Anecdotes aren't useless. They can illustrate how policies or products affect real people, but the problem arises when we use them as proof of a general truth. If it happened to one person, it must happen to all. The logic goes. This bypasses the need to see if that experience is common or if there are conflicting reports. Emotional appeal of a personal story can overshadow the quieter, less dramatic reality of averages or scientific studies. To handle anecdotal influence, balance stories with broader evidence. Is this a typical case or an exception? Also, check if more data supports the anecdote or if it's a one-off. Some stories are genuine but might be rare. Others could be exaggerated or even invented. If you see a brand or politician leaning heavily on a single story, they might be glossing over less favorable accounts. That said, personal experiences do matter. They remind us that behind every statistic, there are human lives. The key is not to mistake an anecdote for universal proof. Combining heartfelt stories with solid data helps you grasp both the emotional and factual sides of an issue. Overemphasis on anecdotes can skew perception, make us leap to conclusions, or adopt ineffective solutions. Recognizing this bias keeps you from overreacting to one dramatic tale and instead guides you to weigh multiple perspectives before deciding what's truly representative or likely. Tribal loyalty. We stick with our group, no matter what. That's tribal loyalty at its core, a fierce allegiance to people who share our identity, whether it's national, political, religious, or even a fan club for a sports team. When tribal loyalty dominates, people defend their in-group's actions and shut out criticism, regardless of the facts. An analogy is a pack of wolves that moves as a single unit. Each wolf might fear straying from the pack because survival depends on group cohesion. In human society, stepping away from your tribe can mean social isolation or even hostility. Politicians harness this by portraying themselves as guardians of the group's interests, framing outsiders or critics as threats. Tribal loyalty can foster unity and mutual support in tough times. However, it can also lead to echo chambers and groupthink. Members might ignore wrongdoing within their own camp while fervently condemning similar acts by rivals. Media outlets tailored to a tribe may spin stories to flatter in-group beliefs. This selective information fortifies the tribe's sense of righteousness while demonizing opponents. To see if tribal loyalty is at play, observe how members handle criticism of their group. Do they debate points calmly, or do they immediately attack the critic as a traitor or enemy? If any challenge sparks rage or excommunication, tribal loyalty might be overshadowing reasonable debate. The fear of being cast out silences dissent, stopping the group from improving or correcting mistakes. Balancing loyalty with independent thinking means being committed to a group's well-being without blindly accepting all its claims. You can support your tribe's goals yet still acknowledge errors or unethical behavior. That might mean holding leaders accountable or questioning the group line when evidence suggests a better path. In a world where tribal lines can run deep, stepping across them can feel risky. So, respectful engagement with those outside your circle can broaden understanding and reduce mindless animosity. Being aware of tribal loyalty helps you recognize when solidarity lifts people up and when it merely cements biases. Ideally, we celebrate belonging while staying open to critical inquiry, because real loyalty also means striving for honesty and growth within your own community. Unity rallies. A massive crowd gathers, waving identical flags, chanting slogans in unison. These unity rallies project an image of overwhelming support and coherence, often orchestrated by leaders who want to display strength. Observers see a sea of enthusiasm, assuming everyone shares the same fervor. But behind the scenes, attendance might be compulsory, or skepticism might be drowned out by the spectacle. An analogy is a choreographed dance. Each participant moves in sync, creating a spellbinding visual. Yet, not everyone may be dancing voluntarily. Some might fear punishment or social backlash if they break the rhythm. Unity rallies rely on the power of group identity. Being part of a massive crowd can make an individual feel swept up, forgetting personal doubts. Politicians and movements use these events to solidify loyalty, overshadow dissent, and impress both supporters and critics. Television coverage of throngs cheering can make it look like the leader or cause has unanimous backing. People watching from home might think, everyone is behind this, not realizing the complexity or constraints at play. To parse these rallies, ask, are there reports of forced attendance? Were public workers bussed in? Or did participants come freely? Also, notice if alternative viewpoints are allowed or if protesters are kept away. In some cases, the atmosphere might be genuinely jubilant, representing sincere unity. In others, it's a carefully staged show of power, using peer pressure and spectacle to quell dissent. Being part of a huge rally can be thrilling. The shared energy sparks adrenaline and a sense of belonging, but it also can blind you to real issues or stifle your critical thinking. If you attend such an event, remain open to your own doubts and questions. Ask yourself if you agree with every chant and statement or if you're just carried by the group's momentum. Unity rallies can unify in a positive sense, raising morale for a just cause or celebrating progress. But they can also manipulate public perception, painting a picture of consensus where real disagreements exist. Recognizing the dynamic helps you appreciate the emotional power of large gatherings without automatically mistaking the roar of the crowd for honest. Widespread agreement. Shaming and shunning. A friend group suddenly stops talking to one member, whispering behind their back and labeling them a traitor. That social freeze-out is an example of shaming and shunning, using public or private humiliation to force someone into line or punish them for breaking the group's rules. Whether it occurs in a tight-knit circle or on a global social platform, the goal is to isolate the target and make them feel unwelcome unless they conform. An analogy is placing a "do not approach" sign around someone without giving them a chance to speak up. People rely on social bonds for security and belonging, so being cut off can be deeply distressing. In propaganda or group persuasion, shaming might involve public ridicule of dissenters, painting them as villains or fools. Audiences witness this harsh treatment and learn to either agree with the group or face similar exclusion. Shaming and shunning aren't always about clarifying right and wrong. They can also be tools of control. A political party might label defectors as traitors, hoping others will fear the same label if they question the party line. Religious or cultural communities might expel members for small infractions, framing it as necessary discipline. In social media, an online mob might pounce on someone's mistake, hurling insults until the person deletes their account. To handle shaming tactics, recognize when the criticism moves beyond constructive feedback into pure humiliation. Constructive criticism aims to correct or improve. Shaming aims to wound. If you're witnessing someone being ostracized, consider if they truly did something harmful or if the group is acting out of fear, anger, or prejudice. Sometimes, stepping in with empathy can break the cycle. If you're the target, it's painful to face mass disapproval. You might question your own worth. Yet, reflect on the source. Is this group punishing you because you violated a shared principle, or because you challenged a viewpoint they refused to discuss? Seek out calmer spaces or supportive people. Often, folks who've been shamed form their own communities where open dialogue is possible. In the end, shaming and shunning block the path to genuine understanding. They discourage honest mistakes or diverse opinions, pushing everyone into silent compliance. By noticing these tactics and being willing to engage in meaningful conversation, you help foster an environment where people learn from errors rather than running from them. Doxxing and harassment. Someone leaks a personal address online. Maybe a frustrated gamer posts a rival's home location, or an activist reveals a journalist's private phone number. This is doxing and harassment, a dangerous tactic used to intimidate, silence, or punish individuals by exposing sensitive information publicly. Once those details are out, the target can receive threats, prank calls, or unwelcome visitors, eroding any sense of safety. An analogy is tearing down someone's front door so strangers can peek inside at all hours. Internet anonymity provides a mask for attackers, who may spin the act as holding someone accountable. In reality, it often aims to scare or harass. Some doxers claim they're revealing truths about a corrupt figure, but the effect on the target's family, job, or mental health can be severe, regardless of guilt or innocence. In political or social disputes, doxing can be weaponized. A protester from one side might leak an opposing organizer's personal details, spurring others to send hateful messages. Or a troll group might dox someone who posted a controversial opinion, hoping to muzzle further speech. Once personal info hits the web, it's hard to contain, often reappearing on multiple sites. To guard against doxing, keep your online footprint minimal if possible. Avoid sharing private addresses or phone numbers. Use strong privacy settings. At the same time, realize that even careful individuals can be traced if someone is determined. If you're threatened, document everything, screenshots, timestamps, and consider reporting to law enforcement. Some communities have created doxing helplines, or guidelines to help victims protect themselves. When you encounter a doxing attempt, think critically before engaging. Are you complicit if you spread or click on that leaked info? Passing it around might seem like harmless curiosity, but it strengthens the attacker's reach. If a doxing target belongs to a political or cultural group you dislike, it can be tempting to shrug off their plight. Yet, normalizing doxing can harm everyone's safety in the long run. Harassment online can transform swiftly into real-life intimidation. De-escalating matters, offering support to victims, and refraining from fueling hate campaigns are ways to push back. In a digital age, doxing underscores the need for both individual caution and collective responsibility to keep personal spaces private and protect free expression from terror tactics. Repetition of key phrases. A politician ends every speech with the same rallying cry. A brand tagline appears in every commercial break, and a protest movement's chant echoes in every city. This consistent repetition of key phrases cements an idea in our minds until it feels natural or self-evident. Once you've heard a phrase enough times, it starts rolling off your own tongue, whether you fully agree or not. An analogy is a hammer tapping on a chisel repeatedly. Eventually, it can carve deep grooves. Repeated phrases become mental grooves, shaping how we interpret the world. Advertisers use catchy slogans to boost recognition and loyalty, while political groups might use sharp, memorable lines to unify supporters. The power lies in the steady drumbeat that makes the phrase inescapable. Consider how sports fans adopt a team motto like "Never back down" after hearing it 100 times on merchandise or in stadium chants. It becomes a source of pride and identity. Similarly, in propaganda, a repeated phrase can shift from a random statement to a communal belief. That's how rumors often solidify. Someone shares a short, punchy line. Others repeat it, and it spreads until everyone's convinced it must hold truth. To handle repeated messages, notice if you're encountering the same words or slogans in different places. Ask yourself, what do these words really mean? Are they conveying any substance or just stirring my emotions? Sometimes, after the 20th hearing, it's easy to let the phrase embed without questioning. If there's no factual backup, then it's mainly operating on a subconscious level. Also, be aware of your own speech. Are you repeating certain catchphrases because you honestly believe them, or because they feel familiar and popular? It's not wrong to use them, but clarity matters. Repetition can help us remember important points. For example, repeating safety tips is beneficial. However, when repetition aims to bypass deeper thinking, it becomes a tool of manipulation. Ultimately, repeated phrases can be a double-edged sword, helpful for learning or mobilizing a cause, but potentially manipulative when overused to stifle debate. By keeping an ear out for repetition, you maintain control over how slogans shape your views, ensuring you adopt them by choice, not by sheer exposure. Memetic language. Suddenly, everyone is posting a weird phrase, like Doge, okay boomer, or some cryptic inside joke. This phenomenon stems from memetic language, where certain words, expressions, or references spread virally, forming an almost secret code. Memes often attach new meanings to common words or invent entirely new ones, forging a sense of belonging among those who get it. An analogy is a secret handshake. Once you learn it, you become part of the club. People who use memetic language feel in sync with the culture or community that birthed it. Over time, the phrase can evolve, branching into spin-offs or new jokes. Online platforms accelerate this process, as each share or retweet can morph the meaning further. Companies jump on memetic language to stay hip. A brand might tweet in trendy internet slang, hoping to resonate with younger audiences. Politicians might drop a meme reference to appear relatable, though it can backfire if they misuse the term. In propaganda or persuasion, Adopting popular memetic expressions can help slip a message into casual conversation. It's just a meme, some say, even when the underlying idea or bias is serious. To handle memetic language, start by observing context. Is this phrase purely humorous, or is there a subtle agenda beneath? Sometimes memes are harmless fun. Other times they're carriers for stereotypes or extreme views. If you see a phrase repeated with an edgy slant, investigate its origin. Could it trace back to fringe communities using it to mask hateful content? As a participant, be mindful of whether you genuinely enjoy the meme or you're just following the herd. Memes can be ephemeral. One day they're hilarious. The next day they're outdated. Similarly, terms once playful might gain toxic or divisive baggage. Understanding a meme's background helps you navigate social settings without unintentionally offending or misrepresenting yourself. Memetic language is a fascinating byproduct of online culture. It can unite people in shared laughter or slice up complex topics into bite-sized jokes. Yet it can also camouflage deeper manipulation or negative sentiments under layers of irony. Remaining aware of the shifting meanings behind these viral words keeps you from blindly parroting ideas that might not align with your real values. Intentional misinterpretation. Public figure says, "We need to address income inequality," and an opponent replies, "They want to give away free money to everyone." That's intentional misinterpretation, twisting someone's words into an extreme or inaccurate version for rhetorical gain. Instead of engaging with the actual statement, the attacker skews it, forcing the original speaker to defend something they never truly said. An analogy is a phone game of telephone, where a message gets garbled. But here, the distortion isn't accidental, it's done to discredit or ridicule. Politically, it's easier to knock down a straw man than to tackle someone's real argument. If a policy is nuanced, turning it into a sweeping generalization makes for a punchier comeback, albeit a dishonest one. This tactic appears in advertising, too. A brand might interpret a competitor's claim about being fast and reliable as, "They hate slow, careful service," twisting it to stir doubt. Or on social media, someone might excerpt part of a longer message, ignoring clarifications that come right after. The snippet then becomes proof of a scandalous stance. To detect intentional misinterpretation, compare the antagonist's portrayal of the statement with the original. Check if quotes are partial, or if key context is missing. Is the speaker truly suggesting what the critic claims, or is the critic building a distorted version? If you find large discrepancies, it's likely the argument has been misrepresented for dramatic impact. If you're on the receiving end, clarifying your position calmly can help. For instance, "I didn't say free money for all. I said we need fair wages to address inequality." Provide references or context that correct the twisted claim. Repeating your actual stance might be tedious, but it reduces confusion for bystanders. Intentional misinterpretation can fan conflict or cliques. Controversies often get more attention than nuanced discussions. That's why it's popular in clickbait articles or heated comment threads. By staying vigilant about how words are paraphrased and seeking full context, you avoid being duped by sensational but misleading portrayals. Real progress often requires wrestling with genuine viewpoints, not caricatures. Recognizing this tactic keeps the conversation honest, focusing on what people truly mean rather than a deceptive spin of their words. Psychic driving. Picture a voice on loop, repeating the same disturbing message over and over, day and night. This grim scenario illustrates psychic driving, a mind control technique that bombards someone with repeated statements, aiming to reshape their thoughts or break down resistance. While it sounds like a science fiction scenario, it's been documented historically in certain experiments and forms of extreme persuasion. An analogy is water dripping relentlessly on a stone. One drop is harmless, but thousands in the same spot can erode the surface. Psychic driving uses monotony and repetition to wear people down. In less dramatic forms, it might appear as a propagandist group session where the same phrases are chanted or blasted from speakers non-stop, leaving little mental escape. Historically, intelligence agencies and cults have tested versions of this approach to reprogram individuals. They might confine someone, force them to listen to recorded mantras or confessions, and deny them normal social interaction. Over time, the constant repetition can induce a trance-like state, confusion, or compliance, especially if coupled with deprivation of sleep, food, or other basic comforts. Outside of extreme captivity, milder forms can still occur. Consider a manipulative relationship where one partner repeats negative statements like, "You're worthless. You can't survive without me." That slow drip can shape the victim's self-image. Or a group might isolate members, regularly subjecting them to a single viewpoint, making it harder to resist or think critically. Protection begins with recognizing the tactic. If you're in an environment that repeats the same messages obsessively, are you free to question or leave? If not, you might be facing a deliberate strategy to undermine independent thinking. In everyday life, we usually have the option to step away or seek alternative perspectives, like turning off a biased news feed or leaving a toxic group chat. Psychic driving is at the extreme end of manipulation, typically involving coercion or isolation. Though rare in daily society, it's a stark reminder of how repetition can be twisted into a weapon. Keeping mental balance and autonomy requires seeking diverse inputs, maintaining social connections, and preserving your right to question. That way, you never become a captive audience to a ceaseless, brainwashing loop. Manipulative applause tracks. Ever watched a TV show where the audience erupts into claps and cheers at precisely the right moments? Those canned or orchestrated responses are manipulative applause tracks, designed to cue your own emotions. Producers know laughter and applause are contagious. If we hear a crowd reacting enthusiastically, we're more likely to smile or cheer along, even if the actual moment isn't that funny or impressive. An analogy is placing mirrors around a restaurant to make it look busier, prompting passers-by to think it's popular. When you see people apparently loving something, your brain takes a shortcut. If they're clapping, it must be good. Political rallies sometimes use the same trick. Staffers or paid attendees lead applause or chants, creating the illusion of unanimous excitement. Viewers at home assume the speaker is wildly popular. On social media, a variation occurs through, like bots, or comment pods that artificially inflate engagement. The post might appear highly praised, and curious onlookers jump in, thinking, "So many people love this, it must be great." In reality, the applause is orchestrated. Politicians may even pepper crowds with supporters ready to applaud on cue, drowning out dissent. To spot manipulated applause, notice if the reactions seem too perfect or synchronized. Are they triggered by moderate statements or jokes that typically wouldn't draw such an uproar? Also, watch how quickly the clapping starts and ends. Canned tracks often follow an obvious pattern. If you're physically present, you might see the same few individuals starting the cheer every time. Ask yourself, do I genuinely find this content engaging? Or am I being influenced by the crowd's enthusiasm? It's fine to enjoy shared excitement. Authentic applause can heighten an event's energy, but artificially generated reactions mask the true reception, making something appear more celebrated than it is. Manipulative applause tracks tap into our social nature. We're wired to conform to the group's emotional tone. By being aware of it, you stay grounded in your own perceptions. You can still join in a real moment of collective joy or laughter, but you'll also recognize when you're being nudged by an invisible sound engineer trying to sway your response. True applause is powerful because it's honest. Fake applause attempts to hijack that authenticity for persuasive gain. Leveraging expert panels. A news segment features 3 experts, all agreeing on a new product's benefits. Or a political talk show parades a panel that harmoniously praises a certain policy. In many cases, these so-called expert panels are carefully curated to present a single viewpoint, tricking the audience into thinking there's a strong, unbiased consensus. The underlying strategy is, if multiple specialists endorse it, it must be credible. An analogy is a chef's competition where all the judges happen to be related to the chef. Of course, they'll rave about the dish. Similarly, a pharmaceutical company might fund a group of doctors to speak positively about a drug. While these doctors may be qualified, their financial ties or selection method can color their views. The show's host rarely highlights such conflicts of interest. Sometimes, panels include a token dissenter who's outmatched or less prepared, creating the illusion of balance. Because the rest team up, it appears as if the majority of experts favor a particular narrative. Viewers miss the fact that many credible voices might never be invited onto the show, or they declined because the panel was rigged. To gauge if an expert panel is genuinely diverse, look at participants' backgrounds. Do they come from a range of institutions, political leanings, or methodologies? If everyone's credentials tie back to a single sponsor, be cautious. Also, notice if they actually debate or if they're just echoing the same talking points. True experts often disagree on details, reflecting real complexities. Another sign is the language they use. If it's all broad praise without diving into potential downsides or limitations, you might be seeing a scripted performance. Real specialists typically discuss nuances. For instance, a serious medical professional might mention side effects or exceptions, not just a glowing review. Expert panels can be useful when truly balanced. Hearing multiple perspectives can inform the public better, but staged consensus misleads viewers into believing there's no legitimate debate. By digging a bit deeper, questioning their affiliations, and observing the discussion's depth, you can spot when a panel is more PR than honest evaluation. Ultimately, genuine expertise welcomes scrutiny instead of putting on a one-sided show. Punishing questioners. In a discussion forum, someone raises a pointed question about the group's beliefs or claims. Instantly, the person faces backlash, accusations of disloyalty, personal attacks, even banishment. This is punishing questioners, silencing those who dare to probe or challenge the status quo, ensuring fewer voices disrupt the dominant narrative. An analogy is a classroom where the teacher scolds kids for asking stupid questions. Over time, students stop speaking up, and learning stalls. Similarly, in politics or activist groups, when members who question strategy or leadership get shamed, others decide it's safer to remain silent. This tactic can be a subtle culture of disapproval or an explicit threat. Keep asking that, and you're out. Leaders who fear being exposed often rely on punishing questioners. By portraying any scrutiny as sabotage or betrayal, they make ordinary doubt feel risky. During political campaigns, staffers might brand curious journalists as troublemakers to prevent certain issues from coming to light. Cults and extremist groups use punishment to maintain an aura of absolute authority. To identify this tactic, watch how questions are received. Are they met with reasoned answers or immediate hostility? Do members say, "That's dangerous talk," without explaining why? If legitimate concerns always trigger condemnation, it's a warning sign the environment values obedience over truth. Also, note if the questioners are forced to recant or publicly confess for simply being curious. If you're the one questioning, it might feel daunting. You could face social ostracism or lose opportunities. Yet, it's worth assessing whether an organization or community that rejects all inquiry is one you want to stay in. Real growth often requires acknowledging mistakes and refining ideas, impossible if questions are disallowed. At a broader level, punishing questioners robs society of healthy discourse. Innovations vanish when people can't challenge norms. Integrity in politics, science, or any field thrives on inquiry. When it's stifled, corruption or error can go unchallenged. Supporting a culture that welcomes sincere questions, even tough ones, keeps groups adaptable and genuine. Observing how leaders respond to critique reveals much about their intentions. Where curiosity is punished, manipulation or deception may thrive. Fabricated Testimonials. A new diet supplement claims hundreds of glowing success stories, complete with photos of real people who lost massive weight in days. Digging deeper, you find stock images or suspiciously similar quotes repeated under different names. These fabricated testimonials are crafted to boost credibility by pretending an enthusiastic user base already exists. An analogy is a stage play where actors are planted in the audience to clap and cheer. From the outside, it appears that real people genuinely love the performance. In reality, the applause is orchestrated. Similarly, a fake testimonial might mention dramatic improvements or miraculous cures, urging readers to think, this product must be amazing. Companies or individuals sometimes hire ghostwriters to create reviews on e-commerce sites. They might even use bots to fill comment sections with praise. Politicians do a variation by parading stories of imaginary citizens who supposedly benefited from a policy. The tactic is to show public support or success without needing real proof. To spot these fakes, check for repetitive language across multiple testimonials. If the same phrases keep popping up verbatim, you might be seeing copy-paste work. Also, be suspicious if the reviews lack details beyond generic statements like "best thing ever," plus a random name. Reverse image searching a testimonial photo can reveal if it's a stock image or used elsewhere. Legitimate testimonials often include specific experiences or contactable references. Fabricated testimonials exploit the trust we place in people like us. Reading about someone's positive outcome can be more convincing than a company's own marketing. But if that someone isn't real, it's simply manipulative. While it's possible for a brand to gather genuine glowing reviews, a flood of over-the-top endorsements should prompt extra caution. If you suspect a testimonial is fake, look for independent reviews on reputable sites or from friends you trust. Authentic user communities typically have a mix of praise, neutral feedback, and criticism, rarely universal adoration. Spotting fabricated testimonials not only saves you from scams but also undermines dishonest marketing. By demanding real proof of success, you encourage honest advertising that benefits both consumers and businesses with genuine quality to offer. False balance. A morning news show features two guests debating climate change. One is a climate scientist who cites overwhelming research. The other is a blogger claiming it's all a hoax. Despite the scientific consensus, the show presents them as equally valid, giving the impression there's a balanced split of opinions. This is false balance, treating fringe or discredited views as if they carry the same weight as established evidence. An analogy is claiming the Earth might be round or flat. So let's be fair and give each side equal time. In reality, the shape of the Earth isn't up for serious debate among experts. Yet, false balance can distort public understanding, making it seem like proven facts are mere opinions in a contested arena. Media outlets often default to both sides' coverage, aiming for neutrality or a show of impartiality. But presenting a fringe stance with the same platform as a well-substantiated one can mislead audiences. Politicians also use this by pointing to a lone, obscure study that contradicts the mainstream, insisting there's disagreement among experts when that outlier is statistically negligible or thoroughly debunked. To detect false balance, look at the evidence base. Does one side represent a tiny fraction of specialists without rigorous data, while the other is backed by consistent research or a wide professional consensus? If so, balanced coverage might be misrepresenting reality. Also, notice if interviewers skip challenging the weaker viewpoint, allowing it to stand unexamined. False balance can be harmful. When vital topics, like health advice, scientific discoveries, or social policies, are obscured by equal airtime for extreme minority views, the public may hesitate to accept solutions or truths. They might believe, we need more research, even when the research is already solid. Real fairness considers the quality of evidence, not just the loudness of claims. If a perspective is truly marginalized yet valid, it deserves a platform. But if it's thoroughly disproven or lacks credible support, giving it an equal stage fosters confusion. Encouraging genuine debate means respecting rigorous data, verifying sources, and contextualizing the strength of different viewpoints. That way, we remain open to new ideas while still acknowledging the weight of proven facts. Aggressive rhetorical questions. Are you really so naive to believe that? Or, who in their right mind would support that policy? These are aggressive rhetorical questions, phrases posed as questions but actually serving as accusations or dismissals. The speaker isn't seeking an answer. They're pushing the listener to feel defensive or foolish. Such tactics can shut down genuine conversation by implying anyone who disagrees is an idiot. An analogy is a door slammed in your face. You might have a valid concern, but the rhetorical question bars you from entering a real dialogue. In propaganda or persuasive speech, these questions create an atmosphere of confrontation. They also sow doubt about the opponent's intelligence or morality. Viewers watching might think, well, I don't want to appear naive, so maybe I should avoid that viewpoint. Politicians use them on debate stages to rattle opponents. Do you seriously think our citizens want higher taxes? Meanwhile, the nuance, like taxes funding essential services, gets lost. It's easier to fling a rhetorical jab than to address complexities. Even in everyday life, someone might say, "How can you even read that author?" shaming you for exploring different ideas. To respond, you can calmly reframe the question. For instance, if someone asks, "Are you that clueless?" you could say, "I'm not clueless. Here's my reasoning. Would you like to hear it?" By refusing to crumble under the insult, you steer the exchange toward actual content. Alternatively, you can highlight the aggression. That sounds more like an insult than a real question. Can we discuss the issue itself? If you notice yourself using rhetorical questions to shut others down, consider rephrasing. Instead of, "How can you support that nonsense?" try, "Can you explain why you support that policy?" Genuine questions foster understanding. Aggressive ones breed hostility. Sometimes, rhetorical questions are used for dramatic effect in speeches, but if they consistently belittle the audience or an opponent, it's a sign the goal is manipulation, not clarity. Recognizing aggressive rhetorical questions helps you see when conversation is being replaced by confrontation. By calling them out or refusing to let them derail your perspective, you maintain constructive discourse. Communication thrives on genuine curiosity, not veiled insults dressed as questions. Mystique and secrecy. A charismatic speaker hints at hidden knowledge only a select few can grasp. They tease esoteric truths or exclusive inner circle privileges, but never fully reveal them. This aura of mystique and secrecy lures followers with the promise of being chosen or enlightened. Certain secret societies or niche self-improvement programs can thrive on the allure that there's more than meets the eye. An analogy is a locked treasure chest in a public square. Everyone sees it, imagines the riches inside, and yearns for the key. The group or leader controlling that key appears powerful, leading people to jump through hoops or pay large sums just to glimpse the prize. Sometimes the content is unimpressive, but the secrecy builds a sense of mystique that dazzles believers. Politically, leaders might claim access to classified information, using it to justify extreme policies without sharing evidence. Companies can also market their products as proprietary formulas, creating an aura of magic. Consumers trust they must be sophisticated or advanced. Meanwhile, the actual process might be quite ordinary, but secrecy prevents scrutiny. To navigate mystique, notice if the secrecy is actually necessary or just a tactic. Is there a legitimate reason for confidentiality, like protecting personal data? Or is it just to make the group or product appear special? If a speaker keeps dropping hints about deeper truths yet never clarifies them, they might be stringing you along. Ask for concrete details. Genuine expertise often becomes clearer upon closer inspection, while empty claims crumble when pushed for specifics. If you feel pressured to prove loyalty or pay more to unlock the next level of knowledge, consider whether you're falling for hype. True insight or skill usually stands on its own merits. Secrecy can be legitimate in certain contexts, like protecting trade secrets or personal privacy, but when it's used to manipulate or create blind faith, that's a warning sign. Mystique can be fascinating. Many people love the feeling of being insiders, but it can also be a cloak for misleading claims or exploitation. By staying curious yet skeptical, you can enjoy a sense of wonder without surrendering your critical thinking to a tantalizing secret that might be more smoke than substance. Destructive analysis paralysis. A swarm of conflicting studies, endless pros and cons, and never-ending what-if scenarios freeze you from making any decision at all. This state is destructive analysis paralysis, overthinking to the point where action becomes impossible. While thorough research is good, too much data without clear resolution can leave us stuck, swirling in uncertainty. An analogy is a traveler faced with 20 different road options, each with competing travel guides boasting their route is best. The traveler stands there, unable to pick a path, fearing regret. In Persuasion, certain groups exploit this by bombarding audiences with contradictory or confusing information. Viewers feel overwhelmed, concluding, "We can't possibly know the truth, so let's do nothing." Politically, a decision might need to be made about healthcare. You get buried in white papers, expert testimonies, and sensational news reports. Each angle seems plausible, each dooms the alternative. The result? Public inertia or a stalemate in government. Propagandists sometimes prefer a climate of confusion over clarity. They'd rather keep you from acting than risk you supporting the opposite side. To handle destructive analysis paralysis, define your goal or what you most value. Do you want cost savings, ethical sourcing, or maximum convenience? Having a clear priority can help you sift through data to see which route aligns with it best. Also, set boundaries on research. I'll look at 3 reputable sources, then decide. Realize that no choice is 100% guaranteed perfect. Consider also that inaction is itself a choice, sometimes with hidden costs. By endlessly weighing options, you might miss the window of opportunity. Marketers might deliberately present too many product variations, making you more likely to just pick something or avoid buying altogether. Recognizing this ploy lets you streamline your info gathering. Destructive analysis paralysis robs you of momentum and can undermine confidence in your ability to judge. It's wise to be informed, but also to accept that perfect knowledge is seldom achievable. Trying something, learn it, and adjusting can be more productive than forever analyzing. By setting reasonable limits on deliberation and trusting your capacity to adapt, you move forward despite uncertainties, preventing manipulative forces from paralyzing your will to act. Building mental resilience. Amid all these tactics, from scare tactics to echo chambers, the true shield is building mental resilience. It means training yourself to stay calm, question effectively, and maintain balance even when confronted with fear-mongering or social pressure. While no one is immune to persuasion, a resilient mind stands firmer against manipulative nudges. An analogy is strengthening your immune system. You can't avoid all germs, but a healthy body fights off many infections. Similarly, a strong mindset can handle emotional hooks or repeated slogans without being derailed. Techniques like fact-checking, seeking multiple viewpoints, and pausing before reacting help you maintain clarity. Engaging in constructive debates fosters resilience. 2. As you learn to hear opposing views without feeling threatened. Critical thinking is key. It's not about distrusting everything, but about knowing how to evaluate evidence and logic. When you see a startling claim, who benefits from this? Is the source credible? Over time, you learn to spot red flags, like overly dramatic language, suspiciously unanimous praise, or hidden agendas. Emotional awareness also boosts resilience. Advertisers and propagandists often tug at feelings of fear, excitement, or belonging. Recognizing when your heart is pounding helps you step back and ask, am I thinking this through, or just reacting? Simple techniques like deep breathing or journaling can keep strong emotions in check. Maintaining a diverse information diet is another pillar. Exposing yourself to various news outlets, cultures, and ideas guards against echo chambers. This broad perspective makes you less likely to latch onto a single narrative uncritically. Equally crucial is forging supportive networks, friends or mentors who challenge your views kindly. Social pressure can be strong, but having people who value respectful discourse helps you remain open-minded. Ultimately, mental resilience isn't about never being influenced. It's about guiding your decisions based on genuine understanding rather than manipulation. Even the savviest individuals get swayed sometimes. The difference is they adjust course swiftly after realizing they've been steered astray. Building resilience is an ongoing process, much like exercising regularly to stay fit. With consistent effort, questioning claims, balancing emotions, and welcoming healthy debate, you gain the strength to navigate a world brimming with persuasive voices and keep your mind firmly in your own hands.